We're going to get started shortly. She's just got one more person that needs to get on, and then we'll get started. There we go. Awesome. Now, thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. I think we have everyone on now, so we'll call this meeting to order. Welcome to our January 14th State Board of Education meeting. Happy New Year to everyone. It's good to see your faces this year. Hopefully 2021 will be a good year. So what we'll do is we'll start with our moment of silence. If you would just take a moment to think about why we're here and our purpose in being on this board and the children and students of Arkansas that we are here to serve. So. Thank you. All right. Do we have any changes to the agenda that need to be done? Okay, none? All right. Then we'll move forward with the consent agenda. Do we have anyone that had any questions or items on the agenda that you wanted pulled? Okay. Looks like we don't have any. Ms. Newton, do we have any? Okay. Then with that, I'll look for a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion by, sorry, thanks, Woods. I thought it was Woods. Sorry. Ms. Woods. Sorry, it's been a long holiday. Motion by Ms. Woods, seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. We'll get into our action agenda. First, we have Ms. Saracini with the consideration of request for approval of nominated members for the Professional Licensure Standards Board to replace members whose terms are vacant and expiring June 30th. Welcome, Ms. Saracini. Happy New Year.
Saracini, Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. Good morning, Chair, Board members, Secretary Key. This morning, for your consideration, please, on behalf of the Executive Board of the Arkansas Professors of Educational Leadership, they are recommending to nominate Dr. Anita Bohannon. She was here with Educator Prep in my division for about a year, so we're really excited. She took a position at University of Pine Bluff, and so this is wonderful that she's going to come back and serve, so we're really excited. So, Madam Chair, our nomination for you to accept is Dr. Anita Bohannon for the PLSB Board.
Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion.
I'll move to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Dr. Moore, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Anderson.
you.
Okay. Oh, no. Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning. Today we're here for a state board review of an ethics hearing recommendation on educator Tiffany Gant. Her attorney is present via Zoom and is requesting a continuance until next month. The PLSB has no objection.
Do we have any questions or comments? Discussion?
Just to clarify, a continuance until next month means that we will have a hearing at our board meeting next month, or will it go back to PLSB?
They will have a hearing in front of you all next month.
Okay.
At the full board meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Valley is on if you have questions for him as well.
Welcome, Mr. Valley. Go ahead, Ms. Chambers.
I just have
Thank you.
a process question. So there was quite a bit of material, and will there be additional material that will be generated between now and then for us to consider?
Yes, Mr. Valley has sent over a brief, and then I will be responding. That material will be available next week.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Douglas. So if we have no further questions or discussion, I'll look for a motion.
I move to approve the request to move it to next month for a hearing.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. See you all next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valley. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, we have Ms. Webb, Ms. Tracy Webb, coming before us for the consideration of charter authorizing panel decision for Cave City High School Career and Collegiate Preparatory School. Good morning, Ms. Webb.
Good morning. In December, the Charter Authorizing Panel voted to renew the district conversion charter license for Cave City High School Career and Collegiate Preparatory School for a period of 5 years. The school serves students in grades 9 through 12 with an enrollment cap of 1,200. The charter was initially awarded in November of 2015. And we do have district representatives on Zoom if you have any questions.
Start with Mrs. Sutton. Do you have any questions? Dr. Moore? Ms. Chambers? Ms. Woods? Okay. Ms. McFetrich?
Yes, I'm just wondering if they have a prep course for their AccuPlacer exams like they do for the ACT.
Not specifically for the AccuPlacer, no ma'am, we don't. I'm Mark Walling, I'm the high school principal. My name is listed there as Miss Green, our high school counselor. Sorry about that. We do not have a prep course for the AccuPlacer exam like we do for the ACT exam.
Thank you. Any further questions, Ms. McFetrich?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lucadia? Ms. Newton?
Yes. First, I want to say, Ms. Webb, thank you for adding the list of waivers. That was very, very helpful this time to have that information there, so I really appreciate that. My question is, where you're talking about your school counselor ratio, you were getting that waiver, and your reason you wanted it is to allow that teacher to teach one class. Is it going to be limited to just one class?
Yes, ma'am. We don't anticipate I have I have 3 full-time science teachers currently. We would like to expand our offerings. We're in a unique situation here at Cave City where my teacher that teaches biology for us has a master's degree from Mississippi State, and she's able to teach some concurrent credit classes through the college for us here. That's a reason for our specific request. We certainly would like to keep it to 1 if we could, and that is our plan. We would like to be able to offer A&P and college biology and things like that for our students. And Miss Green, our high school counselor, happens to be a certified science teacher, and she could help out there if we needed her to. Thank you for the question.
Okay. So your plans are to limit it at just one class then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Dean, I'm sorry, I do have another question. It was disappointing to read that COVID really interrupted the students that were in your certification programs. Was there any way to help those students go ahead and get that certification?
Yes, ma'am. Fortunately, a lot of our seniors were able to finish last year in March. They were able to go down on their own, and UACCB, who we work with mainly, allowed those students to come down and do some of their skills in the summer. So we're very pleased to report that a lot of my seniors were able to finish their programs, particularly the welding program. They were able to go down there in the summer, and a lot of those kids did that on their own time, so good for them. But what it affected us was being able to reach out to the kids in the spring like we normally would and get those kids signed up for the fall. Often, the way we do is springtime, we start gathering those kids out, sending out surveys, things like that. Those kids were just harder for us to reach in the spring with them being home and things like that. Frankly, we weren't able to identify all we would have liked to, but it was a communication thing where if they were here in my building, I'd be able to, get them organized and get them ready to go. But then as they come back in August, we made a strong push, to try to get some kids registered, but it did affect our numbers, frankly, being able to get kids enrolled in some of the technical programs in the fall and the spring. But live and learn, we have better protocols in place to try to reach those kids and frankly, reach them even at a younger age. Try to identify those kids maybe as freshmen and sophomores even that might go their junior and senior year to the program. So it has affected our numbers, but we have some better protocol in place, hopefully, that in the event of another unforeseen shutdown in the spring, we would be able to better identify those kids. So luckily, some of our kids were able to finish, but they did so on their own time. But it has affected our numbers a little bit in our technical programs at UACCB and Ozarka as well.
Well, thank you. And I think you did great work with your seniors and getting them their certifications and making that happen. Thank you for your work on that.
Thank you. Any further questions or discussion or comments? Okay. If we have none, then I'll look for a motion.
I'll move to not review.
I have a motion by Ms. McFetrich to not review. Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you. Then we'll move on to Fayetteville Virtual Academy. Ms. Webb.
Yes, ma'am. In December, the Charter Authorizing Panel voted to renew the district conversion charter license for Fayetteville Virtual Academy for a period of 5 years. The school serves students in grades K-12 with an enrollment cap of 5,000. The charter was initially awarded in November of 2015. And we do have district representatives Kim Cook, the principal, and Dr. Megan Duncan, the assistant superintendent, on Zoom if you have any questions.
Welcome, Dr. Duncan and Ms. Cook. Thank you for being here today. Okay, do we have any questions? We'll start with Dr. Hill. None? Ms. Newton?
Yes, I think I have a few questions. Just out of curiosity, and I know that y'all probably done some research and put some thought into this. What are you using for guidance for your maximum class size and teacher load for your virtual teachers?
I'm so sorry, Madam Chair, on this end, we're having a little difficulty hearing the question.
It was me. I forgot to turn my microphone on. I'm sorry.
I'm also can't hear very well, so it could be me.
Okay. I'll ask again.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that y'all have put some research into what is a good ratio for teachers. What are you using as a maximum teacher load and class size for your virtual teachers?
Sure, I'll answer that. My name is Kim Cook and I'm the principal. We are just following the guidelines set forth by the state. So with our high school teachers, the ratio is 1 to 150. And then as the lower grades go, it is the same as the teachers in a regular classroom or a regular school building.
Okay, thank you. And another question that I had was on your guidance counselor. I saw that you asked for the waiver of 90% of their duties being direct or indirect services for students. What are your counselors doing if they're not serving directly or indirectly students?
Our counselor is serving directly and indirectly. We did, I believe, discuss that at the charter authorizing panel, and it was my understanding it was just some miscommunication. She has an extended contract, so during that time she's not working directly with students, and so I was under the impression that it was 90% direct instruction. So we had rescinded that, I believe. Is that correct?
Okay, I may not have caught that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, that was a change. And one of the differing factors between a virtual school and a face-to-face public school is that we have students who often come and go. We have a lot of mobility that happens within that space. So sometimes it's just the administration of scheduling a student and then rescheduling a student and then changing that schedule based on what those needs are for each family.
Okay, all right. And my last question was, under the hearing and vision waiver, are you making your students and their parents aware of when the opportunity would be available for them to come in for a hearing and vision screening?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. We do share that information with the families, and they're able to access our wellness clinic in the district to have those vision and hearing screenings done should they choose to.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure they were aware, because I've seen when maybe a teacher or a nurse or someone would catch a student that has a problem, it's life-changing for that student. And so I wanted to make sure that they were aware that that opportunity was available to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Mr. Luckadoo?
Ms. Newton kind of asked my question, but on the class size and teaching load, I do find that really interesting that y'all are sticking to the 1 to 150, because we know, just as we look to the future of digital learning and some of those, just that teaching load, class size, I think it's really interesting. Is that for all courses? Do you stay to that, or have you found some courses that you feel that you can expand that a little bit?
We have not had to expand at this point based on our enrollment. Some courses are more heavy, such as math, requires the teacher to support the students in a one-on-one setting more so than, say, PE or health. So there are some subject areas that are more heavy. They need student contact more, but we haven't had to we haven't crossed that bridge with our enrollment where we've had to increase those numbers.
Okay.
Mr. Luckadoo, I think another component is there's sometimes a misunderstanding or misinterpretation that if you're conducting it online versus face-to-face, that maybe it's easier, and that's not always the case. Sometimes it's actually the opposite, which is more difficult, more cumbersome for the teacher, sometimes for the parents, sometimes for the students. So we really try to take all of those components into account as we are scheduling the student, and I think that has been one of the reasons that the school has been successful is we don't try to overload those classes. We really try to think through, and where we know a student needs some RTI support, whether that's in math or in English language arts or whatever the area is that they need some additional support, we want to make sure that we are providing that, whether it's virtually or whether they need tutoring face-to-face.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I know your teachers and families do too.
Thank you.
Just like to say, one thing that is a little different with our program is every student's required to have a one-to-one conversation with the teacher prior to taking an exam, so that the teacher can check for understanding and help clarify maybe some misunderstanding and give the student some reteaching as needed. So before every test, we are having a one-to-one conversation with each student.
Thank you, Mr. Luckadoo. Ms. McFetrich?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to have you talk to us a little bit about your reading scores, and then how do you identify a student with dyslexia when they're a virtual student?
Sure. So our reading scores, do you have the our data in front of you? Just to touch base, just to clarify. So if you look over the course of from 2017 to 2019, we have consistently scored above the state average in reading. With regard to dyslexia, we have a dyslexia specialist within our district. And should a student need dyslexia services, determined to need dyslexia services, we provide that in a virtual setting.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, Ms. Woods, Ms. Chambers, Dr. Moore.
Yes, thank y'all for being here today. My questions, some of them have already been answered, but a few more, just as we are, as a board and as a state, thinking more about virtual learning, and know y'all been doing this for a few years. Are teachers who are employed in the virtual, are they only teaching virtual for how does that work within your district?
We have a combination. One, and this year I would say is a little different.
Yeah.
Typically we have we have dedicated staff members who are part of Fayetteville Virtual Academy. One of the things that is different this year because of the pandemic is we tried to offer several additional learning options for parents and their families to answer the call of, hey, we need to go to school like this, or could the school look like that? So one of the things that our superintendent, Dr. John L. Colbert, did at the very beginning of the process is he listened to the community to try to find out what are those needs and what would best meet those. So we have, in our traditional public schools, we have 5 different offerings that students can choose from, which is a 2x3, meaning I'm coming 2 days and I'm virtual 3, also a 3x2, which is the opposite of that, a 4x1, and then they can also do some type of virtual in their zoned school, or they can also access FEA. So teachers have been amazing this year. Not that they're not amazing every year, but most certainly through a pandemic, providing that consistency and that support for students has been big. I will say that for a teacher trying to live in a duplicit manner and teach in a dual way is difficult. It is not easy. And so we really try to protect that staff to have that virtual experience. And then one of the things we've seen at Fayetteville High School that has been very successful is that 4x1 block, allowing teachers the day to work through those RTI needs and those specific things with students when they're on virtual learning for the 1 day a week has been very helpful.
When I'm looking at the elementary levels, are students doing synchronous learning at that point, or is it by and large, what does that look like in K-6?
For K-6 for traditional schools?
No, at Fayetteville Virtual.
At Fayetteville Virtual, most of those students are still accessing virtual with the touch points that we talked about. One of the things that you'll notice on our data that was particularly something that we've highlighted and tried to really address is we came back to the Charter Authorizing Panel and also the State Board of Education to ask to extend the grade levels that we serve at a lower level. And that was one from parent requests of parents who were interested in having that at an earlier age. But we also want to make sure that we're not creating those gaps or overlaps in education, which sometimes happens. So we felt like if we give the onset of access happening earlier, and then we provide that consistent experience through 12th grade, that will help to alleviate that in future data results.
Okay. And then lastly, just out of curiosity, do y'all recruit students from outside the district, or are they by and large within your boundaries?
We have both. We have students who are within our district. We have students that are outside of our district. I would say the lion's share are students that are already within our zone. One of the things that is more difficult in a virtual school when you have a virtual school within a public school is that you do see that mobility happening, but that mobility is not happening between another district and our district. It's happening within ourselves. So parents think that this semester this is the best option, and maybe next year virtual is the best option. So we see more of that transition happening from a public school in Fayetteville to the virtual school in Fayetteville.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just add that this year, by and large, our new students who came to us were students who had been homeschooled and joined FVA to be a partner in learning.
That's interesting. Thank you, Ms. Cook. Thank you, Dr. Moore. Mr. Sutton, do you have any questions? Okay. If we have no further questions or discussion, Ms. Chambers.
Just one, and it's specific to Fayetteville, but it also I think applies to all.
Microphone.
This is power. Can you not hear me? Try this.
Okay.
The question is about, I would call them, we have waivers relative to healthcare services and other things that students would maybe seek out and would be provided through other means. Given the circumstances of today, but what might be prevailing circumstances where kids are going to be seeking a virtual education, has our philosophy changed at all in terms of delivery of services or the way we go about providing, I'll call them wraparound, I don't know if that's the right term, but services for students that are pursuing virtual educations? Are there any things that Fayetteville is seeing or doing differently to serve those students and their families?
Yes, ma'am. I believe the question, the audio was a little separated on this end, but I believe the question was, are we doing anything different for virtual students to try to provide a better wraparound service? And I think that answer is yes. One of the things that we feel has been very successful are the field experiences that are built in. And I know that I'm saying that in the middle of a pandemic. And so sometimes those field experiences aren't the face-to-face experience that we would prefer. Some of those experiences are being done virtually simply because businesses are not wanting as many visitors as they normally would allow in their space. We anticipate that changing and going back to that process that we've had established before. So I think that's one of the components that really sets it apart. I think the other thing is we have some really extraordinary students who do some amazing things, and some of those things aren't in Arkansas. Some of those things are maybe their zip code of where they reside is in Arkansas, but maybe they're doing those things in California, maybe they're doing those in Colorado. And so I think the other unique piece for the wraparound service is making sure that we have the parents engaged in the process and that they have a clear understanding of what those expectations are on the front end, because it is an added layer. It is a different experience. And then one of the things that we thought was important initially and has turned out to be more important than ever is that equity and inclusion piece, along with the components for social and emotional well-being. Students, even virtually, still need to feel like they have a champion, like they have a teammate, like they have somebody that's on their side. And that can be through sports, it can be through basketball, it can be through a lot of avenues that we try to connect students to other groups. So finding ways to connect students with other students is also really important. And I think that's reflected in the amount of interest we've had from our homeschool population of parents who, they do want the virtual environment, but they also want those opportunities for their child to engage with other children.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, well, with that, I will look for a motion.
I'll make a motion not to review.
I'm sorry, who said second? Okay, thank you. Motion by Ms. McFetridge and seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Cook and Ms. Slocum. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, board members, for your time. We appreciate your support.
You're welcome. All right, Ms. Webb.
In December, the Charter Authorizing Panel voted to renew the district conversion charter license for Cross County High School for a period of 5 years. The school serves students in grades 7 through 12 with an enrollment cap of 500. The charter was initially awarded in January of 2011. We have Dr. Nathan Morris, superintendent, who is on Zoom, as well as the high school principal, Stephen Prince.
Welcome. Do we have any questions? We'll start with Mr. Sutton this time. Dr. Moore. Ms. Chambers? No. Ms. Woods? Ms. McFetridge?
I just wanted to give them a congratulations on raising their science and math scores. Their growth was very, very impressive this year. So appreciate the work.
Thank you so much. We put a lot of time and effort into student growth and value add scores of our teachers and their value add scores as instructors. So it takes a really fine team to get there. So thank you. And a lot of student effort. It takes everyone.
Mr. Lookadu, Ms. Newton, Dr. Hill. Okay. If there's no further questions or comments or discussion, I'll look for a motion. I have a motion to not review by Ms. Newton, seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Prince and Mr. Morris, for joining us today. You'll have a great day.
Thank you all so much, you all as well, and thank you for the work that you do for our state and our students.
You're welcome. Thank you. Ms. Webb.
In December, the Charter Authorizing Panel voted to renew the district conversion charter license for Don Tyson School of Innovation in Springdale School District for a period of 5 years. The school serves students in grades K-12 with an enrollment cap of 8,000. The charter was initially awarded in November 2015, and today we have Ms. Kelly Bortz, the principal, and Ms. Kendra Clay, district counsel, on Zoom if you have any questions.
Good morning, Ms. Bortz and Ms. Clay. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board.
Okay, well, we'll start with Dr. Hill. Ms. Newton.
I have a similar question to what I asked before. I'm assuming are you doing virtual with your students this year?
Yes, ma'am. We currently have a virtual enrollment of 2,421 students, and that is grades K through 12.
Okay, and so my question is, based on your research and what you have found that works best, what are you using for a maximum teacher load for teachers and a maximum class size for teachers?
Our teaching size is about an average of 200 students, so that is a little bit higher than the ratio of 150. And then for our younger students, we are honoring the class size that would be in a face-to-face setting, so that 200 is for 612. But we do have an advisory program implemented for our 612. And so we've been able to manage that number with having a successful advisory program where that student, the overall picture is monitored by a student advisor.
What kind of feedback are you getting from students, teachers, and parents on the 200?
So far, I think that families, don't know that a teacher, is over like that 150 that they would normally have face-to-face. So I feel like that the feedback has been, positive. Students have been successful. Parents feel like that, they're being taken care of, communicated with. They get communication from a classroom teacher, but they also get that communication from the advisor.
Okay, all right. And just to make sure I'm clear on this, on the immunization waiver, it was marked rescind, but then it sounded like in the narrative that you were asking for it. Is that one that you have rescinded?
We're rescinding that one, yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Okay, all right. That was all the questions I had. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lookadu.
I don't have any questions, but I was just going to say hello, Ms. Bortz, my principal.
Hello, Mr. Lookadu. We miss you.
Okay, Ms. McVettridge.
Yes, I'm curious. You've added some additional grade levels and just wanted to know how that was going.
It really has been amazing. We have had that virtual piece for 612 for 5 years. And then this year with the situation with COVID and the number of families that we anticipated would need that virtual option, the district came together and we already had the structures and the pieces in place for a virtual program. And so we did add that K-5 component, but it's been such, you know, an amazing journey. The team here at Springdale, from district administration to our building administration, and the teachers who, you know, rose to the challenge and left what was comfortable for them in their schools to come start a K-5 comprehensive virtual program. And so we have learned a lot, but it has been a great journey. And I think that our families, you know, have experienced success and have settled into what a successful virtual experience can be for a K-5 learner. And it's really amazing to see, you know, teachers Zooming one-on-one with kids, small groups. This semester, we really feel like now, you know, our RTI program is really going into place to support students who may have, you know, some deficits in reading or math. And we're really stepping up that targeted support piece this semester to support our students. So it has been a learning journey, but I do feel like that we, you know, responded to community needs, and we were able to quickly start that program. And you know, we experienced success first semester, and it's just been refreshing to start second semester and see how far we've come. And, you know, see students learning and hearing from parents, you know, things that are happening at home with these students. So, you know, it's been a challenge, but it's also just amazing that we're able to provide this to families who have a need to be at home right now with the current situation.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woods, Ms. Chambers, Dr. Moore, Mr. Sutton. Okay, if we have no further questions, comments, or discussion, I'll look for a motion.
I make the motion not to review.
I have a motion by Ms. McFetrich to not review, seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Webb.
In December, the
Thank
charter
you, Madam
authorizing.
Chair.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Clay and Ms. Bortz. Thank you for joining us. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you, Board.
In December, the charter authorizing panel voted to renew the district conversion charter license for Hot Springs World Class High School for a period of 5 years. The school serves students in grades 10 through 12 with an enrollment cap of 1,200. The charter was initially awarded in November of 2015. Today, we have Dr. Taryn Eccles, Assistant Superintendent, and Ms. Kylie Sims, Principal, on Zoom, should you have any questions.
Ms. Eccles and Ms. Sims, welcome. Thank y'all for joining us this morning. Okay, we'll start with questions from Mr. Sutton. Oh, Dr. Moore. Ms. Chambers.
Yes, the performance, it says it's on.
Yeah, you just pull it closer.
Get a little closer?
Yeah.
How's that? Sorry. Okay. I would love to hear from, there was reference to new leadership, kind of a new plan that certainly was influential to the charter panel as they were listening to and then ultimately decided to renew or to recommend renewal. I'd like to hear just a little bit from leadership about thoughts that will help move the school to a better level of performance.
Absolutely. In the presentation that we did with the charter panel, I guess I need to tell you who I am. I'm Taryn Eccles. I'm sorry, I'm on another Zoom, so I muted it and I got on right when it was time for us to talk here. But one of the things that we talked about, if you have access to the presentation, we put a timeline in there. Upon the initial review of the charter that started in 2016, there was a prior principal there. And so I took over that building 2016, 2017, as well as Ms. Sims came on as my assistant principal. And so we did a lot of reviewing of the original charter application to ensure that we were doing the things that we said we were going to do when we asked for the conversion charter at the high school. Obviously, there was some work to be done, but one of the things that we highlighted in our presentation in December is that although the school has been recognized in our ESSA school index earning a D, there was consistent growth in various areas in the ESSA school index. And so we highlighted that just because the school has earned a letter grade of a D doesn't mean that the school is not working towards academic achievement, increasing that, as well as increasing the overall social and emotional growth of the students at Hot Springs World Class High School. So right now we have Ms. Sims as the current high school principal, and she has a team of 2 assistant principals as well as instructional facilitators that work with her on the professional learning community process. That was very integral as my leadership there over the 2 years that I was there. We really set forth in implementing the professional learning community process. And, you know, the school has made great strides in the academic overall success of students just from implementing that professional learning community process. In my role now as assistant principal at the district level, we are really making progress with all of our campuses, but speaking primarily towards the high school with the scores that we get from NWA. We give those assessments now to all of our 9th and 10th grade students. Ms. Sims has pointed out growth in areas for those students in 9th and 10th grade, but we also are looking at things that we've added into the building. You know, one of the biggest focuses on the conversion charter is to make sure that our students are college and career ready. And so we do a lot of work with community partnerships here in the Hot Springs community in preparing our students to not necessarily just do well on an academic test, but be well-rounded students that can go out into the workforce from college. So I hope that answers your question. I can tell you that the leadership now is very well committed, and as we have been over the last 4 years that I have been in a leadership role at the high school level, and now the last 2 years at the district level, in ensuring that our students are not just necessarily academically ready to move on beyond high school, but ready to have a post-secondary career, because what we're learning is that a lot of our students are not attending college post-secondary. They want to go right to work. And so it is our great desire that our students are 100% college and career ready. But we do know and we do recognize that we have components that we have to do as public schools to educate our students. And so our students are growing. Like I said, I don't know if you have access to that presentation that we did, but we highlighted that information in that presentation just to make sure that everybody knows that we recognize what our letter grades are, but the letter grades don't define what we do for our students in the building.
Thank you, Dr. Eccles.
You're welcome.
Ms. Woods? Ms. McFetridge?
No question, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lookadoo? Ms. Newton? Dr. Hill? No. Okay. With that, then I will look for a motion to review or not to review. I have a motion by Ms. Newton to not review, seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Eccles, Ms. Sims. Thank y'all for joining us. And
thank you all so much. You too.
Thanks. Ms. Webb.
In December, the Charter Authorizing Panel approved to renew the Open Enrollment Charter License for Future School of Fort Smith for a period of 5 years with a review in 2 years. The school serves students grades 10 through 12 with an enrollment cap of 450. The charter was initially awarded in October 2015. Today, we have Superintendent Boyd Logan on Zoom if you have any questions.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Logan. How are you doing?
Thank you.
Good.
Doing well. Thank you all for having us today.
You're welcome. Okay, we'll start with Dr. Hill for questions. Ms. Newton?
I know in the Charter Authorizing Panel you discussed your academics. Could you just give us a synopsis of what you're trying to do to improve your academics, especially in the area of math?
Yeah, so we're really grappling with this. We, knowing in our materials that we submitted, that we kind of covered this ground as far as sort of the narrative around what we sort of saw happening within our academic performance of, starting off super high and then going down in year 2, and then now starting to climb back up in year 3. And of course, year 4, we don't really have good data on because we didn't do the Aspire. But regardless of, any of that, we really, what we're doing is a pretty intensive RTI program where we're, as soon as we get students, whether they're enrolling, mid-year or enrolling first year, we pull their data from Triand, and then also we do, in the first week of school, we're doing STAR assessments now. We've used a few different diagnostic tools over the last couple of years, but we settled on STAR Math and STAR Reading. So we're using those as our diagnostics to start, seeing where kids are coming to us and what level they're at. And then we're using our RTI program for those kids that are significantly below grade level. We're doing some, we have an A&E, which we call Academics and Enrichment Hour, where we use to work with those kids in some pull-out settings with one-on-one tutoring, things of that nature. We also are doing pretty extensive, we've contracted APSRC. We applied for a math grant to improve Tier 1 math instruction with Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 specifically. And so we're going through a pretty intensive, our math department's going through a pretty intensive training with APSRC, where they're coming, their math specialist is coming twice a month to campus and working with our math department to improve that Tier 1 instruction, because we know that's absolutely vital what's happening. It's great to do pull-outs and do supplemental, but it's really, that academic performance, a lot of it hinges on what's happening in that classroom with your, the initial instruction. So we're making a lot of efforts to improve that. And we're using it, even last year we had enrolled in the Math Quest, our math department did before contracting this year with APSRC with the math grant. Last year we'd enrolled our teachers in the Math Quest program through the state, through the DESE, and they were engaged in that, working with illustrative math to make math more relevant and engaging for our students. So we're happy or proud of the work that we're doing with these kids that are coming to us on all different levels. And, a differentiation is a real, everybody is grappling with that at all times. And so we're doing everything we can to make sure that we're seeing some student growth and student achievement increase.
Sounds like you're working hard, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
The teachers are working hard. They're doing the hard work. So.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Mr. Lookdew. Ms. McFetrich.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to congratulate you on your growth in year 3. One thing I didn't notice, are your teachers working in PLCs?
They are. They do work in PLCs. Ours is a little bit interesting because we're small enough that we don't have multiple, Algebra 1 teachers. We don't have multiple Algebra 2 teachers. So that makes that PLC grouping a little bit different, more difficult because, you don't have multiple teachers working with your English 10. We have one English 10 teacher, one English 11 teacher, one English 12 teacher. So we've approached PLCs a little bit different. We are doing vertical alignment with those PLCs. And so our English team does meet in PLCs and works through that process. And they do work with creating common formative assessments that are even though they're a vertically, that's a vertical group, not a horizontal group, but they're still working on those common formative assessments. So they're looking at each other. So if the 11th grade teacher is still looking at the 10th grade teachers' assessments. And then, so that's one piece of it. We also, I know if you're familiar with our school, we have a really strong advisory program. That's really the core of our school, is that we have advisors, and our kids are in our advisories every single day. That's who manages their internships. That's who manages their sort of their entire support network, is that group of advisory. And so we also have grade level teams with those advisories. So all the 10th grade advisory team, they meet as well, even though one of them may be an English teacher, one of them may be a algebra teacher, another one may be an English teacher as well. They're meeting as well, because those are the people that are really wrapping around that group of kids, of 10th graders. So we have PLCs. We have both subject level as well as grade level PLCs.
Ms. Woods. Ms. Chambers?
I think my question is a process question. And it has to do a little bit with what the charter panel maybe was thinking or wanting to see. This particular recommendation, I think, includes coming back with a review in 2 years. And I wondered what if it's explicit what we're looking to see in 2 years, and is that just to make sure that we're on path, or is that a strong word of caution in terms of renewal? Could you help me understand that, please?
Yes, ma'am. I think because both of the schools that are identified today had at least 2 consecutive Ds or Fs for letter grades, and so the charter panel was really looking at their academics and wanted to make sure that they were on the right track and had growth. Instead of just going 5 years, they wanted to just have a check-in at 2 years.
And district conversion is different?
A little bit different because they have supports in place, whereas sometimes open enrollment charters are a little bit different and operate differently than regular school districts and those district conversion charters. And I think that was the desire to kind of check in with them to make sure they had the right supports in place and they're moving forward.
Okay. And to the school itself, do you feel comfortable in terms of what the charter and what this board will be looking for in a couple of years then as you come back for that review?
We do. I mean, and I don't think this is within the presentation, but we're also right now, we received a Csp Grant, which is the $1.25 million for high performing charters. And I know that that's, with 2 Ds, it's like, are we a high performing charter? And so whenever we received that grant, we made a lot of assurances as well with that. And that's quarterly that we're checking in there. So this 2 years down the road is like, we anticipate having quite a bit of growth to show because we're working with the Csp Grant. And we also, because we're adding on to our facilities, we work with Civic Builders, who specializes in charter facility loans for that. And they also have a really heavy accounting process, a sort of accountability process built into that, where we're checking with them yearly as well. And so whenever we come back to the charter board, we feel like we'll have, we're not that we're not concerned about our growth, because we absolutely want, that's, a primary concern for us, but we just know that we're doing a lot of that work already, so it'll almost feel redundant whenever we come back to the charter board, because we're doing that same work already.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Moore?
I want a clarification. Are you grades 10 through 12, or do you include 9th grade?
So right now we're 10 through 12. We did come before the authorizing panel last spring and get 9th grade approved. And so this coming school year, the 21-22 school year, we'll be adding 9th grade.
And does the local area high schools, are they 9 through 12? Or?
They are also making the same conversion next year as well.
Because I was concerned about students moving buildings too many times, so I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Sutton? Okay. If there's no more questions or comments or discussion, I'm ready for a motion.
Move to not approve, or excuse me, move to not review. I want to approve.
We have a motion to not review by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Logan. And you have a great day.
Thank you, board. I appreciate your time today, and thank you for all that you do for our students in our state.
You're welcome. Ms. Webb, I think we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we will come back at 11:15. Okay, it's 11:15. I hope y'all had a good break. We're going to get right back to it. Ms. Webb.
In December, the Charter Authorizing Panel voted to renew the open enrollment charter license for the Imboden Area Charter School for a period of 5 years with a review in 2 years. The school serves students in grades K through 8 with an enrollment cap of 150. The charter was initially awarded in March of 2002, and Superintendent Matthew Wells is on Zoom if you have any questions.
Mr. Wells, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Okay, we'll start with Dr. Hill. Any questions? Ms. Newton?
Just a similar question that I asked before, just with the concern of academics. Could you give me just a short synopsis of what you're doing to try to improve your academics over these next few years?
Certainly. We've added some extra diagnostic tools to try and assess and jump in at a very early stage on students who are having difficulties. We had used the STAR assessments for many years. We're also using iStation now as well to get some additional diagnostics on what's going on with each kid. We've been using an after-school tutoring program that has been very beneficial to some of our kids. We're running 2 bus routes a day to keep as many kids as possible for the tutoring sessions. So, I think we're really trying to go out of our way to get that improved.
Ms. McFettridge?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Woods?
I just want to confirm, is the review in 2 years because of the academics similar to the last one?
Dr. Moore?
Yes, just getting a better understanding of your school. Are students primarily starting in kindergarten and sticking with it, or do you have a lot of moving in and out at different grade levels?
Traditionally, we've had a very highly mobile population. A lot of our students in the past have been here for, a year or two. They come in at varying grade levels. A lot of times I'm getting them 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. And, they tend to come here when they become significantly behind somewhere else, and we play a lot of catch up. Has started to for a lengthier period of time.
Okay, we've
Our
missed
kindergarten enrollment has been very, very consistent the last couple of years.
And with that, with class sizes, are teachers teaching multiple grade spans?
Yes, ma'am. I have four certified teachers on staff. One does kindergarten and 1st grade combined, one does 2nd and 3rd, one does 4th and 5th, and then the older kids are all with one as well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sutton? No questions, okay. If there aren't any further questions, comments, or discussion, I will look for a motion to review or not to review. I have a motion by Mr. Sutton to not review, seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Wells. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
You too.
Thanks. All right, Ms. Webb.
In December, the Charter Authorizing Panel voted to renew the district conversion charter license for Arkansas Connections Academy that's open enrollment public charter for Arkansas Connections Academy for a period of 5 years. The charter is 100% virtual and serves students in grades K through 12 with an enrollment cap of 3,000. The charter was initially awarded in November of 2015, and today we have Superintendent Darla Garner as well as Bryce Adams to answer any questions.
I'm trying to see. Welcome. I don't see y'all. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right. Good morning and welcome. Thank you all for being here today.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. Okay, let's start with Mr. Sutton. Dr. Moore?
Yes, and I'm assuming Ms. Newton might ask the teacher class load size later, but I do want to hear just a little bit of an update on how things are going this year with that large increase in students. How many, did you have to add a large number of teachers this year, and how that's been going?
Well, we did increase our staff this year because we did have an influx of students based on the current situation. We're really in a nice position to be able to hire teachers throughout the state. So we didn't really have a staffing issue. We had strong processes and procedures in place to handle the student enrollment and the training for virtual staff. So ultimately, everything has gone relatively smooth.
That's great. Particularly as we're looking at grades K through 5, can you talk to me about any intervention services for dyslexia or other special ed services and how you're reaching kids in that way?
Sure. Our elementary K through 5, our K through 2 students take the iStation test. We also do doubles assessments virtually to identify any students with all of the past and phonics, all of those components of that. We have a pretty strong RTI procedure and robust processes there that are in place. This year we hired an intervention anticipating the needs of student academic interventions based on the previous school year situation. We also are using the MAP. We started the MAP NWEA testing this year to be able to identify any weaknesses, areas of needs quickly, and get students placed in interventions and working with our interventionist, as well as there are small groups and small group-like lessons in our elementary grade levels that's targeting specific skills. So those are some of the pieces that we've got into place.
So students do receive interventions aside from?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we have a dyslexia specialist also on staff.
Do you have your teachers done the RISE training?
We are, and completing all of the professional development for the science of reading. We're on track to have all of that in place and complete by the beginning of the next school year.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Microphone, sorry. Ms. McFetrich, do you have questions?
Yes, how are your PLCs working? How do you do that? How do you manage that virtually?
Okay. We're very proud of our PLCs at Arkansas Connections Academy. We implemented them year one when we opened in 2016. We use our professional development funds every year to send a group of staff to solution trees, professional learning communities at work conferences. So now the majority of our staff is trained. We have PLCs weekly. We have them horizontally and vertically, also as well as subject area PLCs. The focus is student data, notes are taken, there's a clear agenda, everybody has their role. It's really amazing to see, and I'm not able to attend all of those PLCs, but I do jump in often and take a peek at the notes and look at the data and hear the amazing things that are happening for our students virtually. In addition to that, we have also looked at, we've partnered with some other virtual schools in the past to have them join our PLCs just to get extra ideas and just to have that moment of collaboration to help students in a virtual environment.
Thank you.
Mr. Lookadoo?
I think we're all on the same wavelength here. We are curious today about what your research and what you are doing as far as teacher maximum load and teacher maximum class size. So what are you doing there?
We have, and that varies. It depends on the course. I think someone earlier spoke to that. Some of our classes are very different. A math and a language load is going to look very different. We do exceed the 150. We have many teachers that have right between 150 and 200. We have some courses that go over the 200. It really just depends on the course, and we take into account the grading, the live lessons, the individual teacher response, the individual teacher commitment time. All of that is factored in to create a course load for our students and our teachers. PE is going to be higher, math is going to be lower. I think most of our math teachers have right between 150 and 200. It really just depends on the course.
Okay. What about at the K-5, K-6 level?
K-5 level is going to be 50, 1 to 50.
Okay. And what supports are you giving teachers that are having that 200 class size or even above 200 class load?
There's, I also want to talk a little bit about our advisory. We have an advisory model set up for 612. So in addition to teachers having those students, each student has an advisory teacher that is monitoring the whole student progress. Our secondary teachers, that caseload is not unreasonable. They are doing a great job with responsiveness. We do a parent satisfaction survey every spring, and we also have 2 staff surveys a year where we specifically inquire and ask questions regarding their caseloads, anything they need, what supports, what training, and everybody is being successful with their current load.
Thank you.
May I ask one more question? Sure. Just thinking about those class sizes, are, especially at the elementary levels, are these by and large asynchronous classes, or are teachers doing a lot of face-to-face with students?
Mostly, it really depends on the student and the student needs. If a student is struggling, then they may be in live classes every day of the week. If a student is in small group targeted instruction, or if they're having dyslexia interventions, or if they're meeting with the interventionist. If it's a student that doesn't need the extra support, then the majority of their time may be asynchronous.
And is that a choice by the school or by parents, or how do y'all work that out?
It really just depends on the student progress, and our teachers are meeting with our parents regularly, and they're having those conversations. They're working together as a team to do what is best for each student.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Okay, then I'll look for a motion to review or not to review.
I'll make a motion not to review.
I have a motion by Ms. McFetrich to not review.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Arkansas Connections Academy. Thank y'all for joining us today. Congratulations, and y'all have a great day.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, Ms. Webb.
The next item on the agenda is a consideration of an Act 1240 waiver extension for the Camden Fairview School District for teacher licensure. That is the only waiver that they have. And we have Assistant Superintendent Giovanna McCall on Zoom to present their request.
Good morning, Ms. McCall. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
Glad to have you this morning. Okay, so let's start with questions with Dr. Hill. Ms. Newton.
Ms. McCall, I have some questions about just understanding what's happening with your teachers. I saw that you have hired 17 teachers under the waiver, and then 10 of those have either got a license or are in progress. Are the other 7 still employed with your district?
Yes, ma'am. They are all there testing, they're working with the co-op. They're trying to get testing to get in a program.
Okay. All right. So they are you think would eventually get into a program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I don't know if this question may be for Ms. Saraceni or someone else from the department. Just curious, if a teacher is hired under a waiver, is there a limit on how long they can keep teaching under that waiver? Let's say a district got their waiver for 5 years and they renewed it for another 5 years and just kept renewing it. How long could that teacher teach under that waiver without seeking licensure or entering into a program?
I don't think there are any limits as long as the district has a 1240 waiver. A teacher could teach indefinitely for the length of the waiver without really being enrolled in a program or licensure pathway. But most schools do encourage teachers to get in one of those pathways.
Yeah, I know that we had seen school districts encouraging that, but there's really not a limit on how long a teacher could teach under a waiver.
There is not.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I was just wondering. Okay.
Mr. Luckadoo?
I was just curious, with those 10 who have enrolled in that other pathway to licensure, does the district, are you guys able to provide any help or support for those teachers? Like, what does that look like for your end? I know you're encouraging them to do that. Is there any support or anything additionally to that?
Yes, we have a strong support system in place. They are required to attend the New Teacher Institute at the co-op, and in the co-op they do study sessions and they work through the test evaluation model, and they have buddy teachers and mentors, and we progress monitor along the way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. McFettridge?
No questions.
Ms. Woods? No. Dr. Moore?
Yes, do you, of these that have previously been hired or any future hires, what are they, mainly elementary, middle school, high school, or is it mixed?
Mainly elementary. We have at the 18-19 school year, we found ourselves in August needing 3 elementary teachers. And our superintendent at the time, Mr. Keith, he approached 3 of our paraprofessionals that have been working as instructional facilitators. They had a relationship with everyone in the building and asked if they would be interested in pursuing a license. And so that's, we've utilized a lot of our instructional facilitators, to put them on a pathway for licensure. So they're mainly elementary.
That's great. Are they receiving, I guess, as a former non-traditional elementary teacher, there are a lot of challenges, particularly in the areas of reading. Or how have they received the science of reading training, and what kind of supports are they receiving there?
Yes, they receive the same training as our licensed teacher. They've gone through the science of reading program through our co-op, and we follow the PLC model, so they work collaboratively with the other teachers in the building. They work grade level teams, content level teams, and they follow the same path as our licensed teachers.
As far as mentoring goes, what does that look like for your 1240 waiver teachers?
They have Angie Gilbert. She's the new teacher director at the co-op. She's their mentor, but then they're also paired with an experienced teacher on their campus. That's their buddy teacher.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sutton?
I don't really have a question regarding this application. My question is really just for my benefit as a newbie on the board, but I'm going to direct it to Secretary Key. Does the state of Arkansas's licensing test, exam, whatever you want to call it, is it a national produced exam? And secondly, is it the same one that the majority of the states in the United States use?
Sutton, we have a resident expert on those topics, and if Ms. Saraceni's not here, Dr. Pfeffer can certainly answer that.
So to answer your question, I don't know that you say it's a national assessment, but it is from, it's their praxis assessments for the most part. Now for the science of reading, we have a different vendor for that test, but it is a test that multiple states use. It's used in states all throughout the country. The scores that are set by committees. We constantly go back and review Arkansas's cutoff scores in light of where we are in terms of other states, what is the recommended score for a candidate who should be ready for first year teaching. So different, the different subject area exams might look a little bit different. And we have implemented now a system where if a candidate scores within, I think it's 2 standard errors of measurement, then they can, and this is where I'm going to forget all the details, and Ms. Saraceni's there so she can back me up, but we've set up a process where they can work over 3 years to have an alternate type of assessment. So if they're that close to the cutoff score, then they've got a lot of the knowledge and skills they need. It may have just not been evenly applied throughout the exam. And we have had some candidates now be able to be licensed in that way. So it's really recognizing that sometimes a certain type of exam doesn't fit everyone. So we want to take those candidates who are just almost there and then give them a different way while they're actually demonstrating their practice to be able then to be licensed. So it really takes away any excuse that a district would have for not getting their teachers licensed over a period of time.
Would you say, Ivy, that Arkansas's pass-fail ratio, first-time takers of that test, is comparable to other states?
Ms. Saraceni, would you answer that, please? Do you have that?
I did not hear him. It was very low, so I'm trying to, if you could repeat
Yes.
what he asked so I can make sure I heard it correctly.
The pass rate for Arkansas candidates, the first-time pass rate on exams, is that comparable to other states?
Well, I would have to look and make sure, but we are pretty comparable. We have some areas that we are lower than others, such as secondary math, but we're pretty comparable.
And
we're usually in the 70s and 80s, and we do have a report that actually breaks it down by subject area, licensure area, and also by the different educator prep programs, which are your higher ed, our Apple program and such. If you would like for me to get that and share that, I can do that.
I really didn't mean to get into real deep into this. This is a whole new subject discussion. I have just heard from other superintendents, et cetera, and again, this might not be the forum to bring this up, about the difficulty, and maybe this is a reflection perhaps on our universities and colleges. I don't know, but it seems like there's the feedback that I'm getting is that there is a higher failure rate than one would expect. And I have nothing to back that up.
Well, I will tell you that the pass rate for individuals that go through an educator preparation program are significantly higher than those that we're talking about that are under an Act 1240 waiver that are going at it on their own. So the preparation program, those pass rates are substantially higher, and I think that's just to be expected. To be honest, waivers first started with your secondary area, content area experts, and and typically those candidates did score high enough on the exams because they understood the math or the English language arts or the history. The waivers have been expanded, and we have educators now in elementary, like she's talking about, who have had no preparation. And that elementary exam is not easy. It shouldn't be easy. Right. And there are areas where, you have students who, if they don't get a strong foundation all the way through elementary school into college, and if they're struggling readers and they're going to continue to struggle in college, they may have a 4-year degree, but when it's time to come back out and be able to show the kind of mastery you need to be able to teach kids well, they're not doing as well on the exam. But again, when you don't have that preparation, there is a difference. And there are a lot of people working really hard. The help sessions are very helpful, but there is something to be said about getting preparation, whether it's through a non-traditional route or through a traditional route.
Mr. Sutton, I want to add to that to say that we've heard the feedback, and of course our team has worked with those teacher candidates who have called us very frustrated. It's like, I've taken this 3 times, or I have taken I've looked at study guides, I've gone to study sessions. They've worked with their institutions for their teacher program, and they have done everything they physically and mentally and emotionally can do. And that's one thing I want to brag on the team here, is because they understand that the fact that you miss by a point or a few points, so you can't make that test score, that doesn't mean you're not going to be a good teacher. You need additional support. So working and backing up to find out, okay, where is that support that's needed to get you into that, that next phase. What we had in the past was, if you don't pass it, you're done. There is a very solid roadblock, and it's very discouraging. And it has been we've probably through the years have lost some potentially excellent teachers because we didn't have the right support system for them. And so I just to Dr. Pfeffer, because this work started when she was in educator effectiveness. The work that Carly and her team continues to do, it's a way to make it in the future where all these waivers won't be as necessary as, and we won't be as dependent on them, or schools won't be as dependent on them as they have been over the last several years.
Can I just add just a little bit to that? Ms. Saraceni did an excellent job presenting to us yesterday at our ESSA meeting about the alternate assessment plan. Instead of that test being the roadblock, and what she told us yesterday was of the ones that are going through this, only 2 of them came from the traditional program. The others were coming from the non-traditional route. And I think that's traditionally where the people who have wanted to go teaching but couldn't pass the test have been. And so this is that alternate performance where they are showing through their actions over, and Ms. Saraceni, you jump in when I'm saying this incorrectly, but showing through their actions that they are going to be a good teacher. It's more like are you familiar with portfolios? Showing evidence of what you're doing and evidence of your knowledge rather than sitting down and taking a test. And so this is recognizing that not every person is a good test taker. And it also, this was the part that I really liked yesterday when Ms. Saraceni presented to us, was that it's a partnership between the district who hires the teacher and the teacher who is trying to get that license. And so that I was very impressed with that, because I think the more partnerships that we can form, the more supports these teachers will have, and the better our outcomes will be. And so I was very impressed by this alternate assessment, and I wanted to give thanks to the department and all of your department, Ms. Saraceni, for recognizing that this was a difficulty, and then working out a plan that we could make sure that we were having well-prepared teachers, but also making an alternative route for that. So, and I think just getting the word out more and more to more districts that this is available, I think will be a positive.
A follow-up question on that.
Thank you.
Brought up a whole line of thought, and I don't mean to derail us from this, but is there a mechanism that we are catching these teachers that have unfortunately failed the test multiple times that are operating under these waivers, or can they continue to teach without a license into perpetuity under the waiver?
Carly or Ivy?
Saraceni?
I can barely hear. Some of you I can hear really well, like Miss Newton, but I cannot hear you, Miss Woods, very well.
I'm sorry, Dr. Fecker, do you want
So you were asking, can they continue as many times and take the test and not pass, but they can continue to teach?
Yes, is there any way that we catch them through this waiver? Or are we just continually renewing the waiver without an understanding of how many times they've taken the test and how long they've gone?
Well, not indefinitely can they continue to take the test and not pass. Eventually, that would become an issue because tests are updated and changed. So the information on the test may change. But also, we're really trying to do some of these human capital audits to go in and really try to catch this and work with the districts. And even with our higher ed and our non-traditional prep programs, so that we can get them on a path and give them the support they need in order, if they can't pass the test, then go this alternate route of a performance-based, if it's possible, to get them eventually with a license. We do have conversations with our ed prep programs trying to catch them up. And there was about 405 that was within those 2 SENs that it affected with this alternate route. And right now we have 29 in the program getting licensed through this alternate route. And as we capture more data, I can probably give you better data and more pinpoint how many it's affecting and how many success stories we have. But right now, the alternate route came about in July 1st. It started July 1st, so we still do not have a lot of data that I can share.
And so I think what that is, that's really maybe a solution to what's the root cause of a lot of the issues. But to answer your question, that would have to be part of the condition for the waiver as far as how long you want to approve that part of a waiver and how expansive you want to make it. Like in the review of a waiver coming back, that's where a district could be asked to, okay, how many teachers you have on a waiver, how many of them are in a program, how many of them have successfully completed a program and became licensed. So, and that gets tricky with Act 1240 waivers depending on how expansively they're approved, because we come back and sometimes have questions and don't always have the data about it. But in fairness to the district, there weren't conditions or limitations maybe at the front end. And so I think where we want to be and where I feel good about what we're doing is that as we're working with districts and as they are going through processes of trying to find really good candidates, but helping them to get to the point where they have the license, because I believe most people who want to stay in education do see the value in having a technical permit or a license. The efforts that Ms. Saraceni's team has put into place are ways to help capture more people with that, and that plus the many different routes in order to get prepared. All of that plus the mentoring supports are very helpful. So I think in terms of, and you all are asking questions that I'm really excited about, because I've had concerns for a while at how far we've kind of expanded with our waivers, especially around licensure. I think that if we can work with districts to think about what it is that you're really trying to do, and how do we help you put into place ways for us to measure if you're making progress and if you're seeing success.
Can I ask a question about that while you're there? So as we're thinking about renewing this waiver, would we need to think about maybe some limitations or some guardrails or something along that line to make sure that we have?
I think that's certainly an option. That may be where the district could, as far as articulating what is the true need. Is the true need a waiver from licensure for K-12? Is a true need for, or is there, a way to say within 3 years, anybody who is hired under a waiver will be either licensed or enrolled in a program? So I think there are some things you could do, yes, certainly.
before you go. So, first of all, I want to commend you on teacher development. I mean, I think as a former coach, you know, you look at a skill set and it may not fit, and so we're working with teachers to develop a certain skill set, and I want to applaud your leadership for doing that. Secondly, what would be the option if you don't develop? Do we have an overabundance of teachers out there that we can put into these slots if they're not there? I mean, I've been on the board 4 or 5 years now, and I continue to hear us worried about waivers, and so my deal is, okay, what's the contingency plans if you don't use waivers? So who do you get to go in there? And third, I want to say that probably, I have no data, none whatsoever, but I'm going to speak hypothetically based on experience in underserved rural areas where test scores are low, that if you have a person in the community that's coming in to work with the student who probably will achieve lower on the test score, that we know that data shows that the #1 predictor for academic success is not literacy or test scores, it's relationships with the teacher. With that being said, having these people come in to support the efforts to work with these challenging environments, you all give them the support. I support those efforts because you don't have people on the sideline waiting to get in the game, do you?
So I think one thing that, and Secretary Key will go into more detail about this tomorrow, we would like to update legislation around minority recruitment plans so that it is a more comprehensive teacher recruitment and retention plan that keeps in mind the importance of diversity in the workforce, and really get into what is the root cause of a particular district's not having the faculty that they need, the teachers that they need to put in front of those children. And
I think you're exactly right. You have to be intentional, because when I look at the data throughout the United States of America, and when I see that 48% of dropouts are African American males, I'm looking back at the relationship with the individual to keep that person engaged in school. Just because you have a teacher that can pass the test but can't have a relationship, you still get the same outcome. And I think those things are very important that we assess that. And don't get me wrong, I can tell you my teachers right now. You know, Ms. Duke was my first grade teacher. You know, Ms. Terry is my second grade teacher. Ms. Jones was my third grade teacher. Ms. Jackson was my fourth grade teacher. You know, all those teachers were fabulous to me, and they cared about me. But the reason I remember them because I had a relationship, because they're from the community. And I think that's so important, Secretary Key, that we look at that as an aspect of development with that teacher, to put that teacher in a position to be successful, because why? She can go home with that kid, and then all our communities become safer. Because these kids who are killing each other right now, it's because they're not in school. And I think we have to look beyond a test score, and I appreciate what you're doing to do that. And as we advocate intentional inclusion, not only diversity, inclusion, to make sure we're involved in our communities, to make sure that if a kid's not there, that person knows where to go to find them. Not a test score to say they're qualified. So thank you for what you're doing. And as a board member, I support a very diverse area to make sure that we're inclusion rather than find ways from data to be exclusionary.
And you are so right, because those relationships are what make kids want to come to school, and the classroom teacher does have the greatest impact on student achievement. So hands down. And one other thing that I thought about while you were talking, and like Ms. Newton said, we've removed the test as being the barrier. There also is the option to obtain a license through, it used to be called PPTL, Provisional Professional Teaching License, and I don't remember if we've modified the wording of that a bit, but after 3 years of teaching, and there are a few other criteria, but the on-the-job work, plus showing the proficiency in the subject area that you're teaching, so it would be either through the assessment or through the alternate assessment pathway route now, you can earn your license as that professional who has been there. So the way I think, if we, and I don't know if this would help you, but it helps me a little bit, sometimes the waivers, the Act 1240 waivers are necessary so that a school district can bring the people in and employ them. So the waiver is there to get that right person in the door. But I think our superintendent would agree, we don't want that to be the way we keep people forever. So if that's the way we can look at this, we realize you need the flexibility to get them there, but maybe some guardrails, like you said, or something to clarify about keeping them long term.
But one other question, and you know, this really, sometimes I've never received the answer. So if you can't, what's plan B? I mean, if you don't have...
If you can't get somebody there?
Yeah, if you don't have them. And so when you say, hey, you know, you've been here 3 years, or 4 years, 5 years, you couldn't pass the test. Okay, so then do you start over with somebody else for 5 years?
But I think that's where now that we've created the alternate pathway to assess. So it's...
I mean, we'll be able to keep them in there, because in my mind,
yes,
that you would continue developing 6 year 7, rather than going back to year 1 to start over with somebody else.
And that's where the district needs the flexibility to say this is the right person. And, you know, so if it doesn't happen completely in 3 years, but there's progress being made, then yes, they could continue that.
One thing, and that's great, thank you. One thing I want to share is that, you know, when I went to see the movie Hidden Figures, I thought about this, and I realized that not one of those teachers had been certified to teach people, to send people to the moon. But they were gifted in teaching. So, and they didn't take a test. I just think, you know, I think it's always good to keep information like that in the back of our mind for effective teachers, because effectiveness is what we're trying to do. The kids can read comprehensively, write effectively, think critically, so they can make good decisions outside the classroom as well. So appreciate your flexibility and everything you're doing to keep quality people in the classroom.
Yeah, Dr. Pfeffer, remind us, how many different pathways are there to achieve teacher licensure now?
22 is in my head. I think I'm close there. And if I had my phone, I bet John Luna would be texting.
Yeah, so I mean, I was thinking 23 so we were close. But I guess the point, and Dr. Hill, to your point, Mr. Sutton, to your point, and the conversations you've had, I think a lot of folks that have these conversations with y'all, they're thinking in terms of how they remember it being a few years ago. And maybe they're not as knowledgeable about all of the pathways. And we continue to work through our co-ops to educate our educators, especially our administrators, on what those pathways are. The important thing is we have to balance, because there are other voices out there that demand to have a quality teaching staff. They have set these bars that center around a test. When you talk about state-by-state comparisons, that's one of the things we face all the time. There are organizations out there that want to compare states, and they want to compare our cut scores with the cut scores of other states on these tests. And you know, what we have to understand is there are multiple pathways. There are people out there who can teach that need to be in a classroom, that we have to help get them there. We're doing a better job of that now. But Ms. Newton, you know, what's the biggest reason why some of the candidates don't pass that math praxis?
It's hard.
Because it's hard, and because maybe they didn't have a Miss Newton in math when they were in school. You know, maybe, so it's a cycle that is generational in the making, in that, because if we don't have the strong foundations for 4th, 5th, 6th grade, that follows those students all the way through college. And then if they become math teachers, you know, we want them to have those strong foundational principles. And I've jumped over to Ms. Smith and her team and the math team, where they are looking at what are those things that we need to get more solid on in math in elementary, middle grades, so that that cycle is interrupted at some point in the generation, and we don't have those areas of math and not just math, but that's the one we kind of talked about earlier, that creates that barrier for being able to pass that test, because we're going to be in a testing mode. I mean, we'll never go back to that time in the 50s and 60s where there wasn't a test. But again, our team is doing a fantastic job of trying to manage all of those and recognize those challenges that Dr. Hill, that you face, or that you voiced, to make sure that 5 and 10 years from now, we're not having these same conversations.
And may I add one more thing? And tomorrow we'll do an update for you all on the Teach Arkansas campaign and Grow Your Own programs. But when Secretary Keith started talking a little bit about that, I think the Grow Your Own, that is so important. If we can grow students within our schools so they go from classroom to classroom, just in a different role, and keep them involved from the time they're in high school, in education, all the way through college, getting that hands-on experience every day with all types of learners so they know really where they're going to be the best teacher. That is really the key to all of this. And if we get that going really well, I don't want to steal Carly and Angela's thunder for tomorrow, what they're going to share, but if we get that right, 10 years from now, we're not going to have to be worrying about these same issues. But just like Secretary Key talked about with math, it may be that a student didn't have a Miss Newton to teach them. We also have to think about what the educational experience looks like in high school, because sometimes some of our top students, they accelerate through things so quickly that maybe their 11th and 12th grade year, they're not taking a math course because they've taken all of them early on and they're doing other things in 11th and 12th grade. They go to college, they're not taking very many math courses, and you hit that elementary exam that does have a math component on there. If it's been 4 or 5 years since you've really had a math class because you had a concurrent credit for your college algebra, you know, you run into a roadblock there, and those are the kinds of things we have to think about all the way through the education system so that we really do have our kids prepared all the way through the system. So there are a lot of factors that make it very, very complicated, but I think it's good that we're digging in and investigating and figuring out solutions. So,
thank you, Dr.
Madam Chairman, may I add? Our teachers, the teachers that we hire under 1240 waiver, they're required to complete a teacher licensure exception plan. It has a timeline of when they're going to take a test. And those students, those employees that are in a program, they've already met the requirements to get into the program. Some of them we're still working on getting a test in order for them to get into the MAT program. But they're on a timeline for licensure.
Thank you, Ms. McCall.
I would also add that all teachers that are working under a 1240 waiver have to meet the AQT, Arkansas Qualified Teacher qualifications, and so that includes they all do have a degree in some area, as well as 18 college credit hours in the content they are teaching. And the district did provide those forms that we requested regarding those teachers that have been working on under a 1240 waiver for several years.
That was very helpful on the timeline. Can you tell me about a little bit more description of the timeline, how long they have, and
yes, the first year they are required to test. The first year they are required to test. That will either get them into the program, into a program, you know, or just continue to work with the co-op. They have, this year we've had to get letters to 3 of our employees, you know, that by May 2021, if they're not licensed, we're going to have to non-renew. You know, they have 3. This year they got 4 because of COVID, so they couldn't test, you know, but it's usually 3 years.
that was very helpful. Thank you for sharing that.
Any further questions or discussion?
Just one bit of information. It's 26 pathways.
Wow.
So.
That's quite a few pathways. I just want to comment on the Grow Your Own. I think that is going to be, as Dr. Pfeffer said, that's going to be revolutionary for Arkansas. as far as cultivating the culture of education in students' hearts from the time that they're a child, and growing that love of teaching as they grow up and as they learn and go through school and have experiences. So I'm excited to see the fruit of that pursuit. So, well, with that,
I want to say one thing before going, because I don't want to be interpreted as wanting unqualified teachers. That was never my point, and I didn't want perception. But you know, if you have a principal like Ms. Newton, who, yes, you have a principal like Ms. Newton who's helping develop a teacher or with the relationship. I know that's what we're talking about. But here's probably from my experiences that I've seen that I want to share. I've seen going to alternative learning schools, the kids didn't want to go back to the classroom because they didn't have a relationship with the teacher. So they wanted to stay over in an alternative classroom with somebody who was not qualified, but they had a relationship with, and then after they did their expulsion time, they were going to send them back to the classroom, and they dropped out of school because they had no relationship with the teacher. Those are things that I'm talking about that we must assess in the educational development of the holistic child, not just a test score because a teacher can pass a test, and put them in the classroom and there's no relationships. That's all I want to be on record for, to say how important the relationship is with the teacher. And if Ms. Newton had somebody in there, and that's why I can't sit here and evaluate what the learning outcome, that's why she's our expert. That's why that's why I defer to her on those type of things. That's not my area, but I know when I walk around here and I see a 14, 15, 16-year-old kid walking around the street, first thing I ask them who the teacher is, they say, I don't know. That's a problem. That's a problem. And I think we have to look at it holistically like that, rather than they have a teacher in there who aced the test score, but she don't know what they are. So I just want to be on record, state board member, advocating the relationship aspect along with the testing score aspect. Thank you.
absolutely.
Ms. Dean, I have another question
Sure, go ahead.
for Ms. McCoy, or Ms. McCall, I'm sorry. You mentioned the co-op several times. Are they able to really work with these teacher candidates and really personalize the needs that they have as they're going through the program?
Yes, ma'am. The Angie Gilbert, she's the the new Teacher Institute director. She meets with them as a group, and then she visits them in their classrooms. She meets with them individually as well.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Ms. Newton?
Ms. Webb, how long is this waiver for?
They've requested it for a period of 5 years.
Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay, well, with that, I'm looking for a motion to approve or not to approve the waiver.
I'll make the motion to approve the waiver.
Okay, I have a motion to approve by Ms. McFetrich.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. McCall. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you all. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the work that you do for our students.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, and with that, that concludes the first half of our agenda. Lunch is ready on the 3rd floor. We will reconvene back here at 1 o'clock for part 2. Thank y'all. 3rd floor, yes. Lunch is on the 3rd floor. righty, we're gonna get started back. We'll get back to action agenda B. And we'll have Mr. Anthony Owens, our State Director of Computer Sciences, as a presenter.
Good afternoon, State Board. Thank you all, and thank you, Chairwoman. Before y'all today is, I promised y'all during the December meeting that I would come back and bring y'all the artificial intelligence machine learning set of standards and pathway of courses that was placed within your packet. That was a growth opportunity for myself, I will say it that way, because I had to take a lot of that work of initial writing on that myself. But we did have 4 additional special contributors that are listed on the last page that actually came in, experts from that field, and helped validate the work that had been done and helped us make some adjustments. So we're very confident in this set of courses and pathways. And this came about from the reason it wasn't provided with the other ones, besides the fact that I had to grow in my knowledge, was also because this had come from Dr. Kramer's of Division of Career and Technical Education after we had already started the standards writing process as a possible additional pathway for us to add. So I do apologize for splitting those, but I think this is another great option for our students and something that our state desperately needs.
We'll see if there are any questions. We'll start with Mr. Sutton. Dr. Moore?
Sure, thank you for being here and for your work. So is this an entirely new course?
This is one of our, we will actually have 3 sets of 3 pathways that are entirely new for the 21-22 school year. This is one of the 3, along with the data science pathway that y'all adopted in December, and the computer engineering. So this year we're adding additional new courses in other disciplines of computer science, but there had already been a couple courses and we added that 3rd year. But yes, this is one of 3 brand new pathways.
Do you know of any districts prepared to teach it and or businesses that work in this field prepared to support districts?
So there are some businesses that work in this field. When you start looking at cybersecurity concepts, you really have to look at a combination of not just cybersecurity in the way that most people think about it, but when you start developing cybersecurity algorithms, things of that nature, it really gets into that machine learning, because humans can't respond to the events that happen on the internet quick enough to catch everything that might happen. So the machines have to adapt. They have to learn from patterns and be able to adjust their algorithms based on patterns that are not in the norm. So yes, there are quite a few industries in Arkansas that can support. As far as a school that is ready to teach this, it's like anything else in computer science. We've got to get the personnel trained, and this was a stretch for myself and my team. So I don't want to say there are no teachers out there that do not have this content knowledge, but I would say that they would be few and far between. But our team stands ready to support those teachers and continue growing in our knowledge also.
Is there specific professional development for this?
We do not have that in place yet. Right now, our professional development is still focused on getting those teachers prepared to teach that 1st year course and certified. We do have advanced options for other disciplines within computer science. I expect that we will develop an advanced option for this that will look at moving the teacher knowledge base to that 2nd year and 3rd year course. It has not been developed yet, but that is definitely something that we're going to look at. But that's also something I'm going to have to probably lean on outside support to come in and help us develop, train us, get our staff up to date on it, and where we can support the teachers better. But it may be honestly that for the 1st year we bring someone in from the outside to provide that training. We go through that training ourselves as we grow in our knowledge.
That's great, thank you.
Ms. Chambers?
I think I've answered one of my questions just in the material that you have here. So this would be part of or associated with the credential that the governor spoke to, I think, in his statement. Said that every student, if passed, every student would take, I'm sorry, not close enough. Bite on this thing. What's all that? So is that correct?
So yes, ma'am. This is actually, and I'm glad you referenced the materials. If the chairwoman doesn't mind, I will go ahead and reference those materials while we have that. In front of you, you have a few different items. One, you have this, which is a infographic about the additional pathways that we have developed, and hopefully this will be accurate after this meeting, that we'll have the machine learning and artificial intelligence pathway adopted. So it does list the 9 pathways that we have developed as a state and put out there. That represents 27 courses that are state-developed courses that will have been developed. In addition to that, there are over 30 other options that we recognize as meeting that graduation requirement. So there are over 60 options for students to take right now in Arkansas. And actually, with the ability of schools to write and submit approval requests, and the concurrent options out there that our post-secondary is looking at with, agreements with our schools, there's really unlimited options, but we have 60 options that we've clearly identified for students.
And I love this pathway. I think it's just so important, not just having excellence in a course, but there's a path that you can take. So to that point, and I'm just checking my terminology, is a flex credit equivalent to college credit, or is it a stackable credential, or how does it get measured and credit given?
So in 2016, whenever the flex credit was brought before the state board and was adopted, the issue that Arkansas was facing, like many other states around the nation who are still facing this issue, quite a few of them have taken our flex credit model as their model and followed our lead on that. What we were facing was this issue of, is computer science career and technical, or is computer science academic and should it be math or science? So when the flex credit option was developed, or the flex credit in computer science, we just said, we're going to forget this idea of, is it CTE or is it academic? It is a computer science credit. And we're going to say that this credit, whenever a student gains a credit in this area, it can flex to replace their 4th-year math requirement, their 3rd-year science, or their career focus. And by doing that, we were able to unify licensure, so we no longer have to worry about, is the teacher licensed on the ADE DESE side or the DCTE side. They have a computer science licensure or endorsement to teach this particular course. So the flex credit is really a graduation credit for the student at a high school level. It can be their 4th-year math, their 3rd-year science, or one of their 6 required career focus.
So I think we've talked about this a little bit before, so if you could just remind me. So there are credits that go to, and I love the way you distinguished it, and if we were thinking about this from an and perspective, where it could be a college credit, and it could be a stackable credential that means something in terms of if you went straight into a career, will it have at some point that same equivalency?
So what we work toward, because all of these pathways are adopted under Division of Career and Technical Education, or are going to be as pathways for students to take, we have to identify certifications, industry-based certifications that these pathways lead students toward as part of that program of study. So yes, when we build out these pathways, we build it out with the idea of not only could it be for a student that's looking at furthering their career at a college level, getting those concurrent credit courses, or that college credit through an AP advanced option or some other nature, but also in my office, we hear resoundingly from CEOs and hiring managers across the state that while a bachelor's degree is great in computer science, it's not necessary for those entry-level jobs. They need people that have the skills, as I've been told, that will get out of bed and do the work. They don't even care if they come into the office, but they just want them out of bed and doing the work. And then that they have the skills to conduct this work. What we're hearing more and more, and part of what I expressed last time about the data science piece that we're putting into everyone, that the storytelling with data that we're putting in everyone, we're hearing that the technical skills are often there, that they can find students with the technical skills, but they can't find students with those soft skills. So that's why these pathways were all written with that that industry feedback in mind.
Just last thing to think about. There are such great employers here in the state that have such a need for what Arkansas schools are going to produce, that the more you can clarify, whether you call them stackable credentials or you call them certifications, that helps connect the student very directly, the graduate very directly into great job opportunities. And it's hard work. It's like a standards body setting, but it's just so important to continue this, the opportunity that this education is going to provide. So, well done.
Thank you. Just for your knowledge, I do have recurring meetings with quite a few of the CEOs of especially our startups that are based here in Arkansas to get feedback on what their needs are, what trends, because we look at languages, we look at what are the needs out there, because while we don't adopt standards that say teachers must teach Java or Python, we can adjust our training that's provided by our team to help teachers meet what is the trend within the environment out there. That said, I would like to also point out within your stack of papers I gave you, you had one that had a graph on the front of it, and this was a response to a question that was provided by Mr. Lookadoo in December. He asked if we had any data on how the students were using the computer science flex credit, and that's the reason I pivoted to this, because of that flex credit conversation. You'll see on the first page students using that credit for any reason whatsoever, and these are numbers of students for each of those years. On the second page, the top graph breaks that down to whether they used it for a math, a science, or career focus, and actually students who gain multiple CS credits can offset multiple needs within that flex credit system. So if a student has 3 credits in computer science, they could offset that 4th math with one of them, that 3rd science with another one, and then one of their 6 career focus. Below that, number of students that have used it for any reason within career focus. That is our largest category, which is understandable. But then on the last page, I broke down the career focus usage, and this was very interesting to me, that you look going out to 2019, 20, even in 18, 19, we had, in 18, 19, we had 2 students that graduated with all 6 of their career focus credits being met through computer science. So that means that student somewhere, those 2 students somewhere took 6 computer science credits within their high school career. Last year was 13 students. So we are seeing, while those are small numbers, that's really an example of you consider those students that took 1 credit, and those are our largest groups, but you look at what is that really leading toward? What you were mentioning, that we want to increase the number of students that are really looking at this as trying to get coursework out of the way that they might have to do at a secondary level, or step directly into a job, and those students are preparing to do that. I want to mention our upskill program, because it didn't really make it into the one-pager that y'all have, I don't believe, but the upskill program through A-State, those credits, which are concurrent credits that our office is actually paying for students to take at this point, they are actually gained in 9 weeks. So that is a semester and a half program that there are 3 college level courses that they take. The student gains 3 CS courses and college credit for those 3 courses. So plus they're ready for an industry level certification at the end of it. And then the last document in there is our January newsletter, hot off the presses. And I was actually texted a little while ago by Morgan Aldridge, Warbington, sorry, used to be Aldridge. Morgan Warbington, who asked me if the state board members might be interested on an individual basis going through months being a feature within our newsletter. So I recommended that she contact Dr. Moore first, no offense to anyone else, but Dr. Moore started as the education liaison for the CS initiative. So Dr. Moore, please expect an email from my office, and the rest of y'all are welcome as we contact you to participate or decline. And with that, any other questions? And there are 2 motions that we would like to have before the board. The first one's about the standards. The second one I can talk to more when you're ready.
Okay. Do we have any more questions? I'll just start with Mr. Sutton. Dr. Moore? Ms. Chambers? Okay.
I was looking through really quick. On the soft skills, does it include critical thinking?
Yes, ma'am. So that the basis of a lot of our computer science standards is that critical thinking concept of content. In fact, code.org, when they look nationally at how many schools within the state are teaching computer science courses, that's one of the key components that has to be there before they'll recognize it as a computer science course. I want to brag a little bit on our state. This past school year, we overtook the #1 position in the percentage of schools teaching what they consider a high-quality computer science course at, I think it was 94%.
All right, Ms. Woods?
My question more has to do with the graph on your second page.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just noticed the drastic difference between the 2018 to 2019 school year where children were choosing science or computer science for their actual science course, and then it dropped by more than 500 the next year, but math increased exponentially. Could you just speak to that? Do you have any?
So
I'm just interested in your facts on that.
I actually noted that with Dr. Pfeffer as an interesting change and swing in that year. And, I don't have any information other than what I can guesstimate happened. That when you look at that initial year and the initial year of the computer science credit in the first 2 years, really that was a completely new concept, and probably most students at that point had already been on a pathway to get that fourth math very easily, and sometimes that third science is pushed off to that last year. There's not a clear pathway to it. It's sometimes even an afterthought of what am I going to take to get this third credit out of the way. So I think initially some of those students just were easier to utilize that in that science realm. Now I will say also it's not a selection process necessarily for the student to make, so they can say beforehand, yeah, I'm going to take computer science instead of this third science. But what really happens is the tri-end system, what it does through its business rules, it goes out there and looks for these different requirements, and once it gets down to, I think it's Rule 11, which is the fourth math option, it says, does the student have one of the course codes that meets this fourth math option? If they do not, then it says, do they have an unused 465 or 565 course code, which is computer science? And it says, okay, they do have that, so we're going to let that meet that requirement. Then it goes to science, and it says, does the student have biology? Because you can't replace biology with computer science. And then does the student have a second science credit, and then does the student have a third? If the student does not have that third science credit, it says, does the student have an unused 465 or 565? Then it goes down to career focus. So I don't have any proof in why that changed. That's just me thinking of it from a school perspective and a student perspective.
Okay. All right, Ms. McFettridge.
Yes, I just need you to clarify something for me. Out of the 27 courses then, are we able to have our students earn the CTE certification yet or not? I need some clarification on that.
So, Dr. McFettridge, do you mean are they able to become a completer under DCTE?
Yes, in the K-12 school system.
Yes, ma'am. So as a completer, right now, of course, these courses, the courses that we're considering, or y'all are considering today, do not take effect till 21-22 school year. But DCT in my office works very closely to identify pathways. In fact, about a year and a half ago, we went in and really clarified for schools, here is pathways of courses that we had at that point. The plan, and Dr. Kramers has expressed that she will support this plan, is that each of these 9 pathways with 3 credits within them will become an approved DCTE pathway for completers.
Helps a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lukadu.
Yes, so my question I don't have any questions on the course or the standards, but so with the drafted legislation for this to be, used as a requirement, or a credit would be required, is that going to be in addition to the number of credits that they're currently getting, or will the number of credits not change because they could use the computer science as one of those flex credits, so it wouldn't necessarily end up changing the total?
So thank you for the question. This is actually a question that Dr. Pfeffer and I were actually even discussing a little bit earlier. It is completely our intention that the course would not be in addition to the 22 and would not replace necessarily one of the credits on the 22. It would be like the digital act marker within Trian, that whenever the school has a student take one of these courses that's 465 or 565 prefixed within the course code system, that would put a marker on that student's record that says the student has met this requirement. The course then could remain as a flex credit as it has been since 2016. So it still allows ultimate flexibility in the student saying, I'm going to use this for math, I'm going to use this for science, or I'm going to use this for career focus. Dr. Pfeffer, do you have any clarification that you'd like to provide on that?
It's still 22 years of credit.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, I would assume we're going to see a large increase, if that passes, in the number of flex credits being used, just because, again, probably not going to increase the total number of credits. So with that, is there any concern about, so many students not taking that fourth math or not taking that third science? Do we feel comfortable enough saying, this does still provide that rigor in those content areas for students who are going to go on and say, like, I want to be, I'm going to college, I still want this. Is that going to set them back if they don't have some of those upper level math? Is there any concern on that?
So I will first answer that by giving a little bit of my background. If you're not aware, I was a math teacher. My undergraduate was in math work. I obviously value the importance of mathematics, and especially upper level mathematics for individuals that go into fields that need that. The flex credit, the beauty of the flex credit is that it doesn't have to replace that fourth year math or that third year science. It can replace one of the 6 required career focus also, and it automatically does that. So just like we've done since 2016, when we're talking to counselors or parents even, or students about this, about the flex credit, they need to evaluate what that student's plans are post high school, and then make a determination of whether that student needs to use this. I think the courses, we've designed the courses. Let me say it that way. It's less about what I think and what the state has done. We have designed the courses in a manner that the analytical thinking behind them, the computational thinking, those different concepts build the students' knowledge within those areas, those other areas, and their ability to express their knowledge in those areas. Will it be the same as a calculus level course or statistics level course in the hard mathematics they get? No, but it will be a different level of mathematics. It will be a different thought process. It will be a different approach to that. I'm confident that the abilities of our students will be grown through these courses, whether they replace that fourth year math or third year science. But like I tell counselors and students all the time, if you're planning on going to MIT to be an engineering major, you need to take that fourth year math. Go ahead and take the computer science, but let it be one of your career focus.
Thank you, that makes sense. I guess it is just that communication piece with counselors and teachers. Like, we've got to know our students know their plans and really get that, so thank you.
Anthony nailed it. I just want to remind everyone, this is the reason we passed in AESAA the student success planning process. I mean, because students shouldn't have to make these decisions on their own. It should be part of when they hit 8th grade. We're not saying they have to follow a certain track, but they have to be thinking in terms of, what do I need to be successful in a wide range of areas? And this is one of those that I think including this in the discussion of their student success planning process, they will be able to have that determination, and it won't be just a random, well, I don't want to take science or I don't want to take math, so I'm going to take computer science instead. So I think it's a part of the overall strategy that we're trying to help create throughout the state of making sure that our students they're not just aimlessly headed towards graduation. They're headed towards graduation with a purpose.
Thank you, Secretary Key. And Dr. Pfeffer asked me to provide a little information that we also pulled as part of the question that Mr. Lookadoo asked. We did not include it with this report. It may be coming in a different report from either Stacy or Ivy at a later date. But we looked at how many students were graduating with the bare minimum of 22 graduation credits or beyond that. And I can say the majority of our students are graduating with in excess of 25 state recognized credits when they leave high school. So students are already taking a lot of courses. They have the flexibility within their schedules to, especially with what the flex credit allows, to allow for this credit to meet them where they are. And these skills are so critical. As I mentioned last time, the fact that we've built in cybersecurity, the storytelling with data piece, regardless if that student enters in a computer science field, those are skills that everyone needs if they're ever going to touch a computer. You need to know not to click that link on the phishing email like I got 2 of through my AD email address yesterday. You need to know not to pick up a data key off the side of the street and plug it in your computer. You need to know how to understand graphs as people present information to you, and while they may not understand the terminology, but what happens when you truncate the y-axis. Data can be presented in a multitude of different ways that doesn't tell the accurate story.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Newton?
Thank you for all your hard work on all these pathways and courses. I know that it's a tremendous amount of time and thought and effort has gone into that. And through Dr. Moore's questions, I realized that you were thinking about professional development for teachers and how important that is to be able to get these off the ground. But I think something else that, and Mr. Lookadoo touched on this a little bit, is that we're going to have to think about counselors, administrators, and different ones that are looking at these pathways, and if they don't have any kind of background, which most of them are not, they're going to look at this and say, well, I don't know, I'll pick this one. And it may or may not fit their student. And so I think that, the communication as these courses are rolled out, not just, do you have a teacher that can teach this, but does it fit the needs of our students? And is this what's going to be best for our community? And so I think there's a big, I don't know if you would call it professional development or communication, but there's I think the work that's been done was tremendous, but I really think there's a tremendous amount of work ahead of you also in that area of getting not only teachers qualified, but administrators and counselors ready to make these big decisions for students, because we talked about student success plans. Well, if the counselor and the administrator that are working with the students don't know enough about it, how are they going to guide them into what they need? And so there has to be communication and development there also, I think.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. And we completely agree. Mr. Gossage, who was the champion of the 2015 legislation that put all this in motion, I've sat in his office numerous times, and almost every time, he has said, Anthony, counselors are the gatekeepers to the success here. Right. And so we do try to focus on them. Sometimes we wish our messaging could be we wish we could amplify that message in a more impactful manner. I will say that we have started working more and we've given updates to AEA throughout the years, but Dr. Hernandez has really started amplifying our work with him, especially in light of this legislation, meeting with educational leaders around the state via Zoom and getting feedback, thoughts, and just communicating what the truth is, because there's so misunderstanding about what computer science is. I received a letter from a teacher today that I was reading this morning that the teacher referred to computer science as coding zeros and ones. Well, I mean, if you look at just one particular area of it and you look at it 30 years ago, yes, that's accurate. But computer science and computing is so much broader than just coding. And that's the messaging that my office has to do a better job of getting out to counselors, educational leaders, and the public.
Yes. Thank you.
And by the way, thank you. Love the mask.
All right.
Thank you. Dr. Hill? Okay. Well,
Thank you, sir.
if there's, all right, Ms. Chambers.
Sorry, just one more question. And this is, Anthony, more a test of my lexicon. So a few months ago, I think we talked about in Kansas City specifically, business and it's public, private, and it's education and business coming together to try to establish standards around what they're calling market value assets. And so as students graduate, they may have AP course credits. They hopefully will have these market value asset credentials or certifications. And so is that when we talk about these pathways and what students will come out, will graduate with, is there something similar that means something to them that translates directly to job opportunities in business?
So, Ms. Chambers, one, I'm gonna have to confess my ignorance. I'm not familiar with the exact process that you're speaking to. I understand the concept behind it of that. Are there industries out there that recognize if a student completes this pathway that they are then deemed ready to enter a particular job within our industry is what I'm kind of inferring from what you're talking about. We do not have any agreements that I'm aware of in the CS office from our pathways that directly lead to that. Probably the closest thing that we've done out of our office in that sense is when we worked with the Arkansas Coding Academy out of UCA and we allowed for some sponsorships for individuals to go through that program, and that program had a 95% placement rate with industries that had already communicated to them what their needs were. That's something I'm happy to explore. I think that's something that's probably a division of something that I would need to work with Division of Career and Technical Education to look into, or even the new group that Cody Waits is heading up. I don't know, Secretary Key or Dr. Pfeffer, do y'all have any additional feedback that I'm aware of on that from a larger agency perspective?
We'll look at it. I mean, I don't right at the moment.
Okay. So please forgive my ignorance on that. I will look into that as an option and see if that's something that we as a state could potentially grow. And you said that was Kansas?
It's Kansas City. Some foundations are working on it with business. And the only reason I bring it up is because this is, I think, a wonderful program to deliver graduates into jobs. And it's not just in technology. They're looking at different functional areas. It just looks like this would be a big advantage for Arkansas.
Sounds like it.
All right, any more questions or discussion? Okay, well, with that, ready for a motion to approve or not approve the standards and courses. Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Newton to approve. Seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes for the standards and courses.
Thank you.
Lynn, thank you.
The second motion before you is a cleanup motion. After December meeting, we had some communications that there was some concerns about how the motion that I put before y'all about allowing for technical changes within the standards might lead to frustration amongst the schools or just unknowing of the schools of what set of standards they should be teaching. So I'm actually coming to y'all today to ask y'all to rescind that portion of that motion. That way we can restore the confidence to the schools and those standards. They are on a 2-year revision cycle. Upon reflection, we think that that's more than ample, that if there were any issues, we need to micro revision cycle. that if there were any issues that we need to address, we could do it within the 2 years.
Okay. Do you have a question? Okay. Any questions? We'll start with Mr. Sutton. Dr. Moore? Okay. Ms. Chambers? Ms. Woods? Ms. McFetrich? Ms. Lookadoo? Dr. Hill? Okay, no. All right, so then we're looking for a motion to rescind the portion.
The allowance for our office to make technical changes to the standards and courses.
Okay, the allowance for their office to make technical changes to the standards and courses. So just looking for a motion to rescind that portion.
Move to approve the request to rescind.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
Thank y'all so much for your time and
Thank
y'all's
you,
work.
Mr. Owens. Thank you for the work that you've been doing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and with that, we are down to new business. Oh, wait.
We have one more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rather big one.
Consideration of streamlined application process. Okay.
I'm gonna-
Sorry, Dr. Pepper.
While she's coming, let me intro this and just, again, brag on the team and the hard work that they have done on this. You know, it's amazing how far we've come in such a short period of time. Less than a year ago, when the decision was made to shut down on-site instruction throughout Arkansas and shift to virtual or AMI and the partnership with Arkansas PBS, all the things that took place to make sure learning could continue was really amazing work. And then we shifted, even before that was over, we shifted to the process of, okay, how do we make sure we're planning and helping districts plan for the next school year in case they have to shift again, so that there is a better and a more seamless and a stronger system for virtual, blended, whatever we needed to do to make sure that we could safely educate kids, with the primary focus being as much as we could have on-site instruction. And again, while we're still doing that, we're in the process of planning for what the next phase needs to look like. And that's what we're asking you to look at here. We asked you to look at waivers, a certain set of waivers for schools to have going into this school year to facilitate the delivery. And we're asking you here to consider this process, again, for streamlining an application process for waivers so that schools can have this option available. And it is an option. Dr. Pfeffer will go much more into depth on this. But again, Dr. Pfeffer, everyone. I mean, there's not anyone in the agency, not any division that hasn't had some type of input in this process. So I appreciate Dr. Pfeffer's leadership on it, and we'll just let her take it from there.
All right, thank you, Secretary Key. And I think what I'll do is just walk through the presentation. So if Dan will pull that up, yes. And okay. And we will, after today, we have a webpage that we've set up that will have, I think it'll have everything that anybody would need to go to look at this. So it'll have all the resources, it'll have a link to an online application, it'll have the guidebook that we'll talk about. So all of this will be very easy for everyone to access. So, okay. Thank you. All right. So, as Secretary Key said, you know, throughout the last year, we've all had a lot of uncertainties, and you know, whenever we can help to provide certainty to school districts, we definitely want to do that. And this is the time of year, districts are planning for the next year. That we don't wait until May when school's getting out to then start thinking about the following school year. So much of that work is done well in advance. And so we visited yesterday with superintendents at the Superintendent Symposium. We've been communicating. We probably started this work back in October, actually, having small focus groups, bringing in different partners to really help shape what this would look like. But so we're going to kind of go back, though, and really start at the beginning and really start at the foundation, because one thing that Arkansas has done different from most states during the entire pandemic is that we have provided the assurance to parents, to students, to communities that school would be open and that students could have access to on-site instruction. So we want to make sure that going forward, that from the very beginning, although there have been a lot of flexibilities this year and there have been a lot of interruptions, we still want to make sure that it's very clear that that foundational piece will stay in place. And so in Arkansas, we have 178 days. A school day is a 6-hour instructional day. There are some allowances in law for, a variation of a school week. There could be legislative changes that further modify some things, but we expect going into the next school year that we'll have 178 days of teacher-student interaction, and all schools will have on-site instruction. Also, just a note, the school start date, I think it is August 16th will be the start of school, and that's also outlined in statute. So thinking about those days when we can't be in school, okay? Yesterday, it's something I've thought a lot about. When I was a principal in the school district, snow days and cell phones were our biggest distraction to on-site learning. And, if we could only go back to that, how much would we not complain about things that used to seem like such a big deal? But, what I've learned is that I've had to really change my mind on a few things. Probably a year ago, I would have, looked for ways to get rid of AMI days. I've changed my mind, though, because now I look at AMI and I realize that, what school districts have been able to do is they've been able to design what AMI really was all about from the beginning. And AMI was always about an alternative method of instruction on days when you couldn't be at school because of weather, because of utility outages, or some other type of event that prevented you from being there, infectious disease. So we want districts to still continue to have AMI options in addition to on-site instruction, because there are days when they're not going to be able to be there and they can keep learning going. So they will continue to be able to do that. We would expect that a lot of the things that districts are doing when they have to pivot to virtual learning right now because of quarantines or numbers of people out, we would expect AMI days to look a lot like that next year. In statute, there's still the consideration, though, for just some plain old makeup days. And those makeup days should still be included in a school's calendar. And I talked to them yesterday and said, it's really okay every once in a while just to have a snow day and say we're going to come back and make this one up. And so while we know districts are going to make different decisions, we know that depending on the time of year or the number of days that have already been disrupted, that snow days may be a consideration that they want to have. So we feel like this kind of information is what school districts need to hear right now, so they can start planning, start talking to their staff, start talking to their communities, and really be thinking about what is next year going to look like. However, because of the experiences that we've had this year with virtual learning, with hybrid types of situations, just with the expansion, I'm thinking back to that teacher survey that we did and shared with you all when we asked the question about what are some of the things that they've learned, Joel. They've really learned a lot about the opportunities for collaboration with with virtual learning. They've learned a lot about being able to, personalize things with students and to communicate differently. So we have had a lot of districts asking whether or not they're going to be able to continue some type of virtual options. What we want, though, is that if districts are going to provide a virtual option or some kind of digital programming option, we want to make sure that they really understand and are very intentional about what they're doing. Having a virtual day here and there just to not have kids on campus, that's not a kind of quality virtual option that kids need to have. Now, that might fit within the AMI. You may need to have a virtual day because of a flu outbreak in a school, or you may have to have it because I saw a while ago there was a gas leak in a school, and it's taking longer to fix it than they thought, so they couldn't be on campus today. But that's where AMI comes in, and you want to have an AMI day that still affords learning opportunities, teaching and learning connections. But as far as what digital learning or digital programming really should be, it should be very intentional, it should be very well thought out, and to do that, we realized that we had to get everybody on the same page. When we were talking about digital learning, digital options, we have to really be able to make sure we're all talking the same language and thinking about things the way we should. So what we want to do is allow districts to have an option to have some type of digital programming as part of their LEA. Up until now, districts that are doing this have done it as a district conversion charter or created an open enrollment charter, primarily because that was a new design and they needed waivers. We've learned a lot, though, since virtual charters started. And we've learned a lot about what does the interaction look like between teachers and students, what is the delivery method, what does that programming look like. And so we would like to have an opportunity for districts who want to do something like this, but we also don't want to have 234 districts coming in with 234 different plans to, walk through. So we feel like if we can create a streamlined process, and the streamlined process is everything through the support that we're giving all the way through the approval of their application, and then also making sure that we're monitoring and supporting after the fact. We want to be able to do that. So when we look at what we're talking about when we're saying digital programming, we're talking about virtual, which virtual and online are terms that are used interchangeably, or virtual remote, which means, at distance. So this is where teachers and students are not at the same place. And if you're talking about virtual or remote options, the instruction can occur either synchronously, so where instruction's going on at the time that students are interacting with the teachers, or asynchronously, where the content is available, but the student chooses when and how to complete the work, and the interaction may just be done at specified times. Or if the other option we really want districts to look at is that blended or that hybrid option, where at least part of the time the student learns virtually, but there are also times when that student is in the classroom in a supervised environment, and and that could be a school or that could be a learning center. So did you all get a chance to look at these videos that were sent to you at all? Dan, could we play that? Will that play if you click on that? If we could get I want to just show you an. Oh, sorry. Okay. And I won't play all the videos that are part of this presentation, and you'll be able to look at those, but I wanted you to kind of see this introductory video, and it's an example of what districts will have access to.
digital learning? It is important to know your intent. Do you want to provide blended learning? Are you looking to start a virtual school? Are you accommodating your remote students? This video will help you explore your options so you can select the path that best serves your school and your students. First, we need to create a common language about what digital learning really means and how it is delivered. To put it simply, it is teaching and learning that relies on digital methods and digital tools to provide students some element of control over time, place, path, and pace. Here are 3 guiding questions to ask yourself. Question number 1. How will teachers and students interact with the content and each other? There are 2 ways teachers and students can interact. Those are known as asynchronous and synchronous. Asynchronous is when teachers and students are engaged in teaching and learning at different times and different locations, anytime, anywhere. Synchronous is when teachers and students are engaged in teaching and learning at the same time. Question number 2. What type of digital approach is being used to engage teachers and students with the content and each other? There are many different terms floating around to describe digital learning. When looking closely at these terms, remote learning, virtual learning, distant learning, online learning, each mean essentially the same thing, and they are being used interchangeably. In these educational environments, teachers and students are not in the same place. However, the instruction and learning may take place asynchronously, synchronously, or a combination of both. Blended learning is often used interchangeably with the other terms, but it has a distinctly different meaning. Blended learning is when students learn at least in part through virtual online learning with some element of control over time, place, path, and pace, and at least in part in a supervised brick-and-mortar location away from home, such as a school or learning center. It provides a combination of both traditional and online learning. Question number 3. What platforms will be used to communicate and deliver content and instruction? Platforms are basically the software teachers are using to communicate and deliver content and instruction. There are 2 main platforms to deliver content and provide communications. These are known as Learning Management System and a Content Management System. A learning management system is a software application that helps the online teacher deliver content to the students, administer and analyze assessments, track students' progress, and manage records. There are many LMS options available, some free and some for purchase. Research the functionality to find the system that best serves your needs. It's important to note that your content provider is not the same as your learning management system. Content providers supply the curriculum content to be used inside the learning management system. For example, ABC Virtual Curriculum could be the content provider using XYZ as the learning management system to deliver the content. A content management system, on the other hand, is a simple computer framework application that allows methods for managing content from a central location. Once again, be sure to research whether a learning management system or a content management system will best meet your needs. The last platform to explore is video communication software. This is an online software for facilitating live conferences between 2 or more participants at different sites to transmit audio, video, and text data. Sometimes these tools are available within the LMS or CMS, and some are used outside the system for communication and collaboration. Now that you know more about digital learning, hopefully you will be able to better understand the ways in which it impacts students' voice and choice through providing them some control over time, place, path, and the pace of their learning.
And so you can see just from looking at that the 3 questions, right? But how much a district is going to really need to unpack and really think through as they're getting ready to say, you know, this is the type of learning experience that we would like to provide for students. Also, as you really stop and you think through that, some districts may find it difficult in order to offer a digital option for their entire district, because what might work really well with secondary students may not be what is going to be best for elementary students. And so those are the kinds of things we want to really support districts in looking at as they're making decisions. And I'm having trouble advancing the slide. Okay. Very good. Okay. So we want to help districts focus on, first of all, how will our teachers and students interact? And I believe that districts really have learned from the experience that they've had so far. Some have been very successful, some have experienced difficulties. And so we think even through this next semester, a district going through this process is even going to be able to improve on what they're doing right now. But we'll walk districts through these questions in just even, that thought partner and trying to get at what it is that they want to do. Thinking about the type of instructional delivery that they want to have. And is it that a blended learning environment is going to be best, where students are at least part of the time engaged on site and then have options to learn at home? Or are they going to look at offering a fully virtual remote option? What type of learning management system and content management system are they going to use or continue to use? I think there were some districts that started out the year thinking that they would be able to do one thing, and then they realized that maybe they weren't fully prepared to deliver all of their own content, just due to different ways that content, or the time it would take to get all that content uploaded. And maybe once uploaded, it didn't always translate well to students, depending on the type of video or type of software that students had to use as a learning tool. So there'll be a lot of things to think through on that end. Okay, so this just puts all of those different things that they're going to have to think about. And all of this is put together in a digital learning guidebook. And this guidebook, when we launch the webpage, will be available online. And the guidebook will actually get updated periodically as districts that have very well-established programs want to share resources or want to share examples so that District A can learn from District B. So we would really encourage that. One benefit that we have now that we didn't have back in the summer, some people have said, well, if we had only known in June or July, we probably would have structured things differently. And so we've had time now, and we're able to put non-negotiables out there. So as districts are deciding how they're going to approach this, if they're going to submit an application to do this, they know up front that these are things that their digital, that the digital programs must do. And these will be the things that we will monitor during the school year next year to ensure that every option that's available is of high quality, that it's been well communicated, that there are clear goals and expectations, and that there are policies there for when decisions have to be made. I think one of the things that probably was the most surprising were some of the discipline things that occurred when students were learning remotely and districts weren't always equipped to deal with. And so they had to go back and search to determine whether their discipline policies for on-site students really were the right discipline policies for how to respond when things happened if a student was at home. So on the website and in the guidebook, we have created some examples of what it might look like if a district decided they wanted to have a virtual option that was done synchronously, because the way they assign teachers to that type of a model is going to look very different than if you have a virtual option where the instruction is done asynchronously. One, you're going to have a whole lot more interaction on a more regular basis. You're going to have a different expectation for students, because if it's done synchronously, you're going to have to be there at a certain time. You're going to have to stay engaged. So, like right now, if during our board meeting, Ms. McFetridge had to be there at a certain time, and if she leaves and doesn't log back on after lunch, we'll know. If this meeting was just being recorded and she was just going to watch later on, then there would be a whole different level of responsibility for Ms. McFetridge as the board member, or for any of you who were here interacting. So just thinking through those really does make a difference in how are you planning for next year with staffing? How are you planning next year in terms of scheduling students? So all of those are going to be very important. Obviously, in a blended situation, if you have dedicated class periods where students are learning remotely and some are on site, what that interaction is going to look like is going to look very different. And in terms of what is the teaching load, overall teaching load, going to look like for a teacher who may actually be teaching both online students and students in a classroom, to me that's going to be very different whether it's happening at the same time, whether it's happening at separate times, or whether I'm dedicating a teacher full-time to virtual instruction. So those are all things that districts have time to think out. They're going to have time to talk about while they're preparing their applications, because we're going to, let me go to this slide first. I should put this first. So for support, our team and Team Digital, which has been a longstanding partner with us, focusing on all aspects of digital learning, we're going to partner together with co-ops to have sessions for districts to help develop the application. So we're very hopeful, and those sessions may be done remotely. You know, we don't expect to have, you know, crowds of people crowd in, but there'll be an opportunity for districts to talk to each other. There may be instances where a small district or two small districts may say, you know, we really don't have staff to dedicate to virtual teachers, but I could use one teacher, if you could use one teacher, and both of those teachers teach kids from both of our schools. We keep our students for our schools, but they partner together to provide staffing for a virtual option. That could happen. I don't know exactly what all those applications would look like. You may have a large district and a smaller district that decide to partner together. And maybe it's for a certain type of course, maybe it's for a certain grade level. But there really are options that could be explored, because I think all of us would have concerns about every single district trying to do both, this virtual or this digital option and still do on-site learning, and trying to do everything really well if they're stretching their resources. So we really want them to think about their resources and that capacity. I remember last summer when we were asking you all to approve waivers for this year and approve, kind of a blanket approach to approving a lot of waivers. And you all had some hesitation to that. And we appreciate the fact that you trusted that we would continue to work with schools, continue to try to make sure students were getting a quality education. So we're coming to you to ask for a streamlined approval process, but this is going to be different because every district that's going to have an option will do an application. So there will be more information. There will be more oversight as far as the quality experience that students are going to get. And so the flexibility and types of waivers are going to be based on what they put in their application, and those will be reviewed. We are optimistic that the support and the peer review at the co-ops is going to be so thorough that when they get to us, it's going to be really easy for us to review. Hopefully we'll be able then to bring you several at a time to say, we feel really good about these. You'll have an opportunity to go in and look at those online applications to kind of get a sense of what different districts are doing. But if we get applications that we have concerns about or questions about, or if there are things that you ask us to really mark and highlight, then we would go back and just say, we can't approve it yet. We need you to do some additional work on this. And so that's the approach that we really want to take. And we may find that LEAs implement more than one type of digital program based on students, based on different age levels, and so we would expect some of that to look different. So once we finish today, if you approve this process, we will begin technical assistance visits by the beginning of February. Our team's already working on what the training and the assistance would look like. Hopefully applications could start coming in March, and then we would be bringing them to you all. We want to, our goal would be to have these all to you by May 1st. And part of the reason why with the May 1st is that coincides with the date that school level plans are due in districts. And then the district takes those school level plans, and the district support plans then are based on those school level plans. So we see this as a plan, do, check process as much as anything else. If something needs to be adjusted, of course, we'll all work together on that, but that would be our goal, that we could get this streamlined process done by May 1st. Then maybe those that didn't get approved by then would have to be approved month by month. But also, if we don't have things pretty much locked in place by May 1 as a school district, we're going to struggle getting it all ready by the time school starts. And that's the end of the presentation. I did have another one. I can pull up really quickly to kind of give you a sense of what the online application would look like. On your agenda, you have the actual application with all the questions. So if you want to see the online one, we can put it up there, or a mock-up of it. Otherwise, if you have questions about specific elements or the application itself, then we'll go through that, and I may need some help on getting some answers.
I have a lot, and I've talked to you some before, and I appreciate the work that you've done and the whole agency this year and preparing ahead of time for next year as we look forward. I guess, and I won't ask all mine now, I'll let other people ask and come back, but I guess my first primary question is, are we going to be able to gauge a need for this? Our district's going to have to show a demonstrated need, whether by, school board vote or any approval, because I do think that, when things, probably not next year, but in the future, return to some sense of normalcy, some districts might have a virtual option that not many students use, therefore.
Yeah. So a couple of things, and I may need to come back and really understand better what you're asking, if a sense of need, but yes, the school board will have to approve this. Okay. These are going through the Act 1240 waiver process, so they do have to get board approval. Okay. And I believe, and I need to look back at the application, Ms. Kaufman, isn't it also other input from the school's Ready for Learning team?
That's correct. They must provide a URL to evidence that the local school board approved the waiver request. That must be uploaded. It's a requirement in the guidance for Act 1240. And they must provide evidence of stakeholder feedback regarding the waiver request and the district's communication plan regarding digital learning programs.
And as far as numbers, so we have created a new instructional option as part of the eSchool input on student demographics. So, and that is updated with each cycle. So we will be able to look at district data from this year and know how many virtual learners they had, how many blended learners they had. We'll be able to look at that next year as well, because part of the process will be that students who are participating in virtual options would be identified versus an on-site student. And that's really important too, just for long-term data analysis. And I think districts would be very interested also in monitoring overall success of students who choose a virtual option over ones who choose a hybrid or a traditional on-site.
Mm-hmm. And I think that gets to the concern that we don't want to have 300 virtual schools in the state. That is a duplication of resources and time by districts. And so by what I meant, but how are we having districts say, look, we have this number of students we know will continue virtual no matter what, if in a full-time virtual model. My hope is that we see more innovation out of this than just a duplication of virtual classes. I think, and I talked earlier this week, but my primary concern is the asynchronous learning model, particularly in grades K through 8. There are students going every day that have no interaction with teachers, no face-to-face live interaction. And when we talked earlier about relationships, that's so important. That being said, I know, particularly at the high school level, some students might thrive in a more asynchronous environment where they are working on their own. But I have a lot of hesitations about continuing that at the elementary level if we don't have to. And so I love the application and how you split it up by building, by grade band. But I do think that if a lot of districts are applying to do asynchronous, particularly at elementary and middle school, that is a flag for concern.
Yeah, and in the review process and in the approval process, and this is where you all, in talking through and approving this today, if we need to pull aside applications that have a certain type of model, to give it a second look, or to pull out and notify you as board members so that you could go in and look at some of those to make sure you feel like if that is a model that's being implemented at an elementary level, that there are enough additional supports in there, because it could be a model that would have the greatest risks for lack of engagement.
Yes, and there are perhaps some families at the elementary level that would prefer that, but perhaps we already have that in charter models or in other models, and so a district doesn't need to replicate that. I think a district should, to the extent possible, especially in those early levels, focus on that live instruction or live face-to-face as much as possible. And then I guess one more before I'll pass it around would be just the grave concern this year of teachers having dual roles, again, particularly at the early levels. And I don't want that moving forward. There are maybe some places where it is going really well in the K6, K8 models, but by and large, I think teachers should be focused on in-person or virtual. And so how do we?
So I think when you go through and look at the different examples that are outlined there, depending on the type of interaction and the delivery, that's part of what this application will flesh out. And so, I mean, this is where it gets complicated, because, I may be in a school district where maybe I do teach both students who are virtual students and teach students who are on site, but I might be doing it at different times during the day, so I'm only doing one thing at a time. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I think that's better, but I think that we've placed such a burden on teachers to do both at the same time. We should figure out creative ways for that not to happen in the future, and maybe that meant a district groups, 4 districts grouped together to do that virtual offering in the future, so they can have one designated virtual kindergarten teacher versus each district doing it on their own.
But I think, again, that's the purpose of the application process and the description in there. So during the review, those would be the kinds of things that would be flagged and really examined to watch for, especially depending on the number of students that were going to be assigned to teachers who do a dual role. Other options that I would look for, and I think that we'll work with in districts in the planning sessions, if you have teachers that are going to be expected to do more, because I'm just thinking too, there are some really innovative models like the opportunity culture model. The first thing about that is you extend the reach of your best teachers, so they are teaching more kids, and so that's making them do more work. Well, that you do that, but you also pay them more. You also give them, lead roles and responsibilities. So maybe this teacher is helping to do more planning, and so I could see a scenario where in a district where maybe you have teachers doing dual roles, you may have other teachers over here who are really taking the heavy on the lesson planning and on some of the other pieces that uploading videos, and then the teachers are facilitating more. So I think we would have to be careful not to just close off options and say you can't do it, but I think what we have to be very firm about is if you're doing it in a way that you are drowning your teachers, then those are not things that would be approved.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
I'm totally on the same page. How do you all feel confident you can weed through that? Because I totally agree with the innovative approach, one teacher with a paraprofessional or paired with another teacher in that sense, but I
think our review process, our goal is to be very strategic and very, that's what we want to work towards. So I think in this technical assistance process, making sure that our co-ops are on the same page so that as these things are being designed, if that's the route a district goes, they're thinking about what are those additional supports that I put in there, or what are those things that I do to help my teachers. And it may be that you have teachers who volunteer to take on those more challenging assignments. Maybe this is labeled as a more challenging assignment that you really do reserve for teachers who apply to do it, but they apply to do something, and there's incentives to do so.
I think that's great, and I think hopefully out of this will become more innovation in a way that will push us all forward. Okay. I'll stop there. Thanks,
Chambers.
My question, I think, Dr. Pfeffer builds on that, which is how much of this process is intended to include guidance based on what we've already learned, as opposed to take all the variables by waiver request and kind of shape our approval to that? Here's just an example. So if I remember right, I think we appropriately allowed a lot of latitude, or supported a lot of latitude when folks were looking at the LMS and the CMS. There were things they could choose from, or they could craft their own. And I was curious what we had learned about how that worked, and does that inform how we go about what we're going to approve this fall? That's just one example.
And I may see if Dr. Pride or Stacy, I don't know if you all have had many conversations around that. One example that I have, Google Classroom, and what I know some districts learn from that experience is that if they didn't already have a strong Google Classroom foundation in their district where teachers were very comfortable doing that, and I'm not saying just the Google Classroom, but that type of system, because it does require teachers to upload all their lessons and to put everything in there. Those were the districts that really struggled early on. Districts that thrived were those that our PLC districts did very well early on because they already had that collaboration on the front end, and so you would have maybe one or two teachers who were uploading videos and who were helping to prepare lessons, but you didn't have every individual teacher every day trying to do his or her own thing. So I think we did learn that where there was a lack of experience with digital learning, that when you had content that was readily available in an easy-to-use learning management system, that was beneficial. And a lot of it, too, was did the students have the right technology at home to be able to interact and interface with the way the lessons were designed. And that's one thing in education, when you have different individuals, with each designing their own classroom a certain way, that presents challenges. I think Stacy's coming up, and she'll be able to add more to this part, I think.
Stacy Smith. So just real quick. So one thing, the learning curve for how to teach digital instruction has been steep this year. But not only did we have a steep curve there, you also saw lots of curriculum products that were never before available in a digital format. Vendors started immediately pulling their content over. And so a lot of the programs that we actually reviewed for K2 or 3-8 literacy that were not in a digital format at the beginning of last year are now in digital formats. And so a lot of those science of reading programs that were not available at the beginning of this school year are now available. And so when we start talking about teachers and curriculum and what are they using and what are their platforms, there has been a tremendous increase in curriculum access. But again, with that becomes that whole learning curve piece. And how does that fit in? Yesterday I had a superintendent talk to me about how do I take the concepts we've learned with professional learning communities and the literacy curriculum and the virtual world, and I'm like, how do I pull all those together? I'm struggling with that right now. So they're constantly thinking about this. And this application part, we were very intentional with different folks that we involved to figure out what are the right questions to ask. Because, and I think you can probably, some of the questions you're asking today, I'm hoping that you're seeing that those are in the application. And that will drive more conversation and more questions for superintendents and schools as they're going through this process. If you have a really well thought out digital curriculum for teachers, they may be able to have more students. If you're relying on that teacher to create more of her own digital content, then she probably can't. I mean, those are the gives and takes that you have to look at. And those are the questions we have to ask on the front end is what's your curriculum, what's your LMS, what's your content, how are you doing that? So those are big pieces.
And those were pieces that were missing this year because we didn't have the level of detail about different things schools were doing at the very beginning.
You know, and there's such a sweet spot with innovation. Sometimes when you have everything available to you, you're almost paralyzed. And yet the department's working really hard not to dictate, but to help and assist. And an old mentor used to refer to guidance, difference between guidance and direction. That the direction in his regard was more about these, I think we referred to something earlier as non-negotiables, but it was the things that we've learned. This would so help you if you start with this because it's proven and it works and you don't have to worry about innovating on this specific thing so that you can focus on these things that are going to be more relevant to what you're trying to do that's different, where you're going to innovate. And so I was just interested in this first semester, which isn't very long. Well, I guess we could include last summer and some of the spring, but what did we learn and how can the districts use that and apply it and continue to innovate in a way where they don't drown in all the options that are out there?
Yes. Well, and one of the things that I think we learned very quickly were that districts did not have things like policies, procedures, even plans around what are we, it goes back to the fundamentals of the professional learning process. What are we going to do when students are not successful? How are we going to respond? And so we've seen districts respond in different ways. We've seen Newport School District and Fort Smith, I believe, you know, with virtual learners that if they're not going to allow students that have failing grades to continue just learning virtually at home, you know, they're going to require those students to come back. And so, and I know there are a lot of other examples of how districts are responding. We had districts that were having teachers do both in-person and virtual teaching at the same time that decided at the end of the first 9 weeks, we've got to stop because our teachers can't keep doing this. And so they did shift to an asynchronous online model for their virtual learners. But what they found was that a lot of their virtual learners came on back to the classroom because they realized they weren't going to get that same quality experience if they were not at school. Overall, our numbers have decreased as far as the percent of virtual learners. Right now in our classrooms, where we started the year with about 25% of our students virtual, identified as virtual learners, and now that's down to 20, a little bit, not quite, well, 20.6%, I believe. So, you know, a lot more students have gone back on site. So those are some of the things we've learned, I guess.
I feel like my questions kind of build off of Sarah's. Maybe this is a broader question, but are we, and Secretary Key, maybe this is directed at you, are we working with the legislature at all this session to start building in laws around digital learning? Because it's not going anywhere. I mean, I think that this is something we're going to have now and forever, and I hate just continuing to like couch stuff under this Act 1240 waiver and be like, this is just how we're going to get things done going forward. Especially when we have teachers that are virtual teachers right now, but they have 42 kids. And I know that was just for this year because those were under the waivers that we passed. So what structure are we putting in place long term? Have we started thinking about that?
Well, my response is, so I think this is the right approach that we're taking right now, because last year, again, like Stacy Smith said, I mean, it was a steep learning curve. It was you know, and we didn't require districts to offer a digital option. They did that because in their communities, their parents were saying, you know, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We don't feel safe sending our kids. So they provided this option to their parents. By the same token, that option is now out there, and so they feel the need to, most districts anyway, feel the need to at least be able to continue to provide some type of option. And so I think right now what we have to do is, kind of like Ms. Chambers said, you know, that sweet spot, what is it? We've got to really make sure we all understand, because it hasn't been until these last couple of months that we were able to articulate things like, this all falls under digital learning. You've got remote, virtual, you've got hybrid, and in between there, you've got some little nuances here. That virtual looks a little bit different because it's, you know, asynchronous or synchronous, or in the hybrid sense, what does that exactly look like? So my thinking is, like you said, digital options, we are forever changing the way education is delivered. We know that. So what do we do that's best for students? In terms of legislation, where we have to be careful is that if we legislate and say districts will offer a virtual option or put in some kind of a requirement, then we limit ourselves for the use of federal funds, because it becomes required and not supplemental. So right now, districts have a tremendous opportunity to use their new round of emergency relief funding. You know, that's an opportunity. They've got a lot of options to really do things and to do them well and get it all set up the way it needs to be. Long term, might there need to, we look at, you know, if it's this kind of a digital option, should there be limits on numbers of teachers or things like that? I think that's what we'll learn more about this year as we go through this process. In the application, you all might want to have us add more clarification around how many students will a teacher have maximum, depending on the kind of option, so that we can learn a little bit better of what to do. Again, I want to go back, though, to even some of the things like we've seen with opportunity culture. We've had districts that have come and asked for waivers from class size or teaching load so they could allow their very best teachers to be able to interact with more students. So I think legislatively we do have to be careful, because like Stacey described, if you have a teacher who is not having to design content, not having to create and do things, but is more of a facilitator asynchronously, he or she can teach more kids than the one who's doing it differently. So I know that was a long answer to your question, but.
No, but that was a good answer, because my question is, what safeguards are we putting in place to protect our teachers? Kind of back to like what you were saying, is if they're just going to say, yes, we want a waiver for this, but we don't have any specifications into how they're going to load this onto their teachers, I don't know that we're doing a good job, you know, protecting. I don't know that a second grader needs to be in a virtual class with 42 other kids. So are we shortchanging them? So,
yeah. So we can double check the application to see if we've asked for numbers of students or numbers of teachers, if there are waivers on that. Yeah. So that might be an area on the application to review.
If I may add to what Dr. Pfeffer was saying too, as far as working with the legislature, yes. I mean, the framework, there has been a distance learning, the framework of distance learning in statute for 20 plus years.
2010,
Then, well, I think we came back to digital learning, and then there was one point where we had distance learning with compressed interactive video, and you know, the law was centered around that. And then we had digital learning with more modern technology, and we tried to merge those because obviously the compressed interactive video, old technology, the things that were in the law then didn't really apply. That's where the challenge is in trying to set up legal frameworks, because the technology changes so rapidly. But I think when you look at the framework we have currently for digital learning, coupled with our standards for accreditation, we have the frameworks in place. It's just a matter of ensuring that in this waiver process, we don't stretch too far. That's one of the things I think we've learned. there were some cases where teachers were stretched too far, and there was too much expected of them. So, now we know better what to ask when we're working with districts on these submissions, because we don't want that to create a scenario where teachers, throw their hands up and say, hey, we can't do this anymore. That's not good for anyone. So, Ivy said all the things I was going to say with respect to this is supplemental. This is not to replace the standards of education that we've come to be accustomed to. But we also know that the demand, parent demand, we believe, in some cases at some percentage, will not go back to what it was before. So we do need to have some avenue that and not every district will probably want to do this. I don't expect every district will want to do this, but I think and then where we find that those places where practice and law diverge, then we'll need to come back, and if we can't take care of it in standards or in rules and regs, then we can address it with the legislature.
And I think that's helpful too for the districts, right? Because you don't want one district coming back saying, well, you approved such and such with this many. Like if we give them more guidance, it sets everybody up for success. Also, this is my last question, because I think you answered one of my other ones in your presentation. Are we ever going to consider creating our own like LMS or CMS, building it in-house? Sorry.
We consider yes.
Yeah, that was where my mind went, yes. And I'm going to let Stacy talk a little bit here because, she, even before COVID, just the work that's been going on around curriculum and instructional practices and things like that, but I'll let her talk.
5 minutes, okay. Earlier I was like, I want to get in. So I do want to comment on the question you had before I answer that one. I think you made a great point that we don't want to see 200 schools coming each time for Act 1240 waivers to get us around something. So what we're seeing right now, 1240 waivers, schools of innovation, charter conversions, all those are supposed to be about innovation and doing something different. And right now, because we're kind of in this crisis mode, everybody's thinking outside the box and how do we fill this gap? And so the way is through this innovative process. When you made the comment about it's never going away, that never going away part is what you will see show up in our standards for accreditation in the future. You will see it in our rules. I mean, that's where that's going to come in because that becomes the standard expectation for excellence. And right now, we're still learning about what that is. And I laugh, if we had to have one more conversation on what blended learning was, I think you and I both were just going to, because we'd find ourselves going in circles. And then we'd get back to, wait, is virtual, remote, is it all the same or is it different? And so, curriculum. We've been in this world with curriculum where for a long time teachers were expected to write their own, build their own content, took any kind of textbooks off the shelf. It was taboo to use one, and then back in this shift of we don't need to expect our teachers to be the curriculum writers and the facilitators of high quality materials. Dr. Pride is part of a group, Carly's part of a group where we're really examining research about high quality instructional materials. And with so much digital content coming out by so many providers, that's an opportunity for us. Areas where we see gaps, we should be creating our own. Okay, we do have a large investment in Virtual Arkansas, not ARVA, but Virtual Arkansas, who is on a grant from the Department of Ed, who provides content and classroom teachers virtually and has been for a long time. So it's something that we're very proud of. So we are continuing to fill holes in areas that we need to fill holes, but I don't think we should get to the point where we feel like we have to create it all, because there are scope and sequence for reasons, okay? And I think if the best place that I can point it out to people is with the literacy that we've been talking about for the last couple of years, especially with K2 Rise. Explicit, systematic instruction, especially in phonics and phonemic awareness, it builds on each other. And when we expect teachers to be the masters of all that knowledge and know what builds on what, we're really doing them a disservice. And that's why you have seen teachers who are tired. They don't know what to do. They don't feel like they have the support. And this year, with the digital content, not only did we lay in-person instruction on them, but they also had that piece where they had to become masters of digital content at the same time. And so going into next year, going in with thoughtful application and questions, hopefully we can start kind of meshing that together because we want to keep our teachers. So do we need to write curriculum in some areas and provide support digitally with content? Absolutely. And you will see that in some of our grant pieces. But I don't feel like we should feel like we got to tackle it all. There's some great digital content providers out there, and there's some high-quality instructional materials that are research-based.
Is it the same for the LMS? As I understand the LMS, that's your system that all the content is uploaded onto, correct?
So within the Lincoln Learning System, that had Buzz, and that was something that was supported by the department moving forward. You saw Virtual Arkansas came out they were really supporting Canvas. And so I don't know that we will write our own kind of content or learning management system. So you're getting me, I'm not calling them the same, different things. I don't know that we're trying to develop our own, but would we get to a point where we're trying to support something moving forward? It's possible.
The challenge with developing a state LMS is you have to support it ongoing. And there are experts in that have that out there, and districts have chosen various LMS platforms. What we want to do is ensure that what we do produce can fit within whatever platform whether they're using Google, whether they're using Canvas, that what we do fits within the platform that they've chosen to use.
That was more just from a cost perspective. Long term, did it make sense to develop our own and support it versus however the districts are paying for it to get these? So anyway, I'm done with my questions.
All right, Ms. McFetrich. No? Okay. Mr. Lookadoo.
Yeah, I've got a couple. I guess, so I would just strongly ask that districts or schools have to specify that teaching load class size on the application. I think that's a really important piece. Just because even when I think we're having that conversation of, is it too much on a teacher? We've also got to think about what's best for the student in that too, because even if the teacher feels like, well, yeah, I can handle it, it's not too much stress, is that student getting enough feedback and all of that? And so I think I just think that's got to be there. But then I was going to ask, so when the committee's reviewing these, whoever's reviewing these, how do they decide, what's kind of that, is there a threshold that is like, this is too much, how are they going to decide that? I know it's going to look different for different districts or schools, but is there some sort of threshold there that we would say, absolutely not?
You're talking about on maximum numbers?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I think that what we'd want to do is look at, what maybe has been approved in the past, maybe in like what does a virtual charter do? And how is that instruction delivered? So I think we would kind of get out there and look to see what have we looked at in the past as acceptable or approved levels depending on the circumstances. But certainly if you all have some thresholds or numbers that you say, look, any application where a number exceeds this, we would kind of want to have that district individually present their plan to us, and that's an option as well.
That's what I was going to suggest, is that when these come, we're talking about this approval. You're just approving us moving forward with the process today, but the actual approval of the waivers will happen afterwards. And when we say in batch, that doesn't mean you can't, as we do with our consent agenda, if there are questions about certain things, pull them out and we can say, look, District XYZ, please be prepared to come and discuss your presentation or discuss your proposal. We don't want to substitute our judgment with the judgment of the state board. You all are the ones that have the authority to grant the waivers. So I think we want to be very respectful of your role in this process. We certainly are here to advise you, and we have folks who can give you opinions on various things. But you know, you and various areas you represent, the teachers you interact with, we want your judgment and your expertise and the feedback that you get to be what drives this, because that's the only thing that makes this work. Because if we substitute our opinion for the authority of the board, then we don't have a good process.
And I do want to go back to, I think, and this is part of the importance of the training up front, to make it very clear to districts that, you know, the expectation shouldn't be every kid in your district is participating in this kind of an option here. You know, you have to start with what is the capacity, or what could we do, and, you know, what limitations might we face. It may be that a district decides we want to start down this road. We're only going to start with our high school. And then as we're successful, we'll back it down one grade level at a time, or, you know, one school at a time. Or the opposite. I think we've had a school of innovation before that started with kindergarten and worked their way up. So those are the kinds of things that districts will be coached on from the very beginning, so that they understand too, if an application comes through and it's just really expansive, and we're looking and thinking, you know, is this actually doable? So I'm hearing we're probably going to need to add a couple of questions to the application, to that way that we're going to have that clarity as that comes in.
And then just a curiosity question, that virtual identification that you said was on eSchool, is that going to be able to be pulled for like data purposes even with this year based on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and actually Regent this morning was pulling in some, you know, just different kinds of information that we'll be able to look at, and so yes, that's going to be very, very helpful. Ms. Newton?
Just one more comment on the numbers. I agree that it's very important, because of, you know, one of the problems that we've had this year with virtual is lack of engagement with students. And, you know, not necessarily just overloading the teachers, but when a teacher is overloaded, then the students will suffer. And so, you know, I really think that we need to look at those numbers as far as class load, class size, and then teaching load also. So I really think that would make the application process better. Just going back to the very beginning, I just want to make sure I understand this. So right now, when a district has a situation arise and they, as a school, they pivot to online learning, next year they're going to be able to pivot for a maximum of 10 days. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Well, so next year, this year that was necessary for them to be able to do it as many times as possible, right, because of the expectation for quarantines and things like that. Now, you know, of course, if things are still problematic where we would expect that more days would have to be allowed for them to do that, we could certainly come back and address that. The AMI, yes, is 10 days, and so, you know, hopefully we'll be able to go back to a schedule where a whole district doesn't have to do that except in very rare circumstances. So right now the law allows for up to 10 days, but you all could always waive that, or, you know, we could look at it. And there's still other options in case of emergencies and exceptional circumstances with regard to school day.
If we had to, we could even do that on maybe a case-by-case basis,
Absolutely.
like we do sometimes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then right now we have the option where not only a school pivots, but a student may pivot. Like they're in the classroom and they pivot to online learning. Is that, how would that work if a district chooses not to have this digital platform?
So, and that's a really good question. We haven't really talked specifically about that, but my thought is that districts are going to continue to use technology even in their traditional on-site, just because of the fact that teachers and students and parents, everybody has seen that benefit of being able to utilize it, at least in part, for learning. However, I would anticipate, because we did update our definition of attendance or absence, actually, is I think what we updated. And so a student can continue to participate from home. And so I think, moving forward, that we really have an opportunity for students not to have to be absent unless they truly are sick. I think you've got a lot of opportunities for students when they have things like FFA, shows, livestock shows. Students could continue to learn virtually. So I think individually we can look and see if there's some clarifications that need to be around as far as, student attendance and policies. Districts could look at how they do their policies, but I think it's a tremendous opportunity if a student is going to have to be out for 2 or 3 days for a reason, that a district could continue to allow them to engage in learning. So,
well, I was just thinking, if a district may say, I don't want to do this application process, I'm going to do my AMI days, and that's all I'm going to do. Then that potentially could put a student in a bind that, if their parents choose not to vaccinate and this child has to be quarantined for 14 days, and we're looking at absences and penalizing and that sort of thing, I could see some
and that could
problems.
fall under like a homebound situation, and so there are already allowances. So I think that would fall under cases like that.
Okay.
And I think as this process plays out, we're going to want to really listen in for all those kinds of questions.
Okay.
But I'm glad you said that, because there really is a scenario where a district might say, we're having traditional on-site instruction, but we are going to plan for AMI. However, for specific student needs, we would allow, this virtual type of interaction.
Okay.
So, no, that's a very good question, and we'll talk more about that.
Okay. Let's see. The linking learning, I know that was provided to districts this year at no charge. What about ongoing with that?
It will continue to be offered next year as well. So we used ESSER funds so that it would be continued for the 21-22 school year.
So one more year of that?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And then beyond that, that's where that gives districts plenty of time to really identify how it is they're going to structure things and then make plans for the future.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have.
Okay. Dr. Hill, okay. Any more questions? Dr. Moore?
Just as I said, I have a lot actually that have come up, just as I sit here and think about it. Going back to the conversation prior to all of this, we had districts that use virtual courses because, quite frankly, they couldn't find a teacher. How does that fit in? Will that continue on its own separate track here? Do we envision those districts to jump on and be innovative in how they look at that, or will that continue as is?
So I would say ideally, going through a process like this would, hopefully there is capacity being built because of having access to content and a system to deliver. It gives districts a lot more flexibility, maybe to utilize their existing staff and be more flexible with what they have. So maybe the need for a certain number of teachers might diminish a little bit. There's still cases though, if a district is not finding a teacher who can be in the classroom, they would still, very likely be having those teachers through whether it's Virtual Arkansas, whether it's through a contracted provider, a digital provider. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how that plays out. I know one of the things that this summer when on-site instruction was not available to, not this summer, but back last spring when on-site instruction was not available to students, depending on what type of situation, what type of arrangement they had, their virtual learning may not have been available either because of either the student not having what they needed, the way the teacher was interacting with students was maybe not allowing for each individual student to log in. So that's what I think school districts have to consider, is that if their virtual provider or their virtual learning setup is not going to afford individual students the opportunity, then they're going to have to rethink what they're doing. I think long term, it also taught us though, a lot of our investment was going into systems that didn't really build capacity. You know, it was just always this continued reliance on somebody else to have a teacher to teach our students. And so everything we've talked about today, from the Grow Your Own all the way through we have to be thinking long-term about capacity building.
I think especially as we look at struggling learners, which is hard to do face-to-face. You know, and some struggling learners might do better in a virtual instruction, but some might not, and how are districts wrapping their heads around that. I'm glad they include questions about special education. Would dyslexia fall in that, you know, especially when you're doing screenings and thinking about things at the elementary level? Do we expect those plans to be in this?
So I think, yes, plans for any type of special services, special needs would have to be in there. And I thought dyslexia was in there. I thought.
Okay, maybe it is. I don't know. Okay.
So we'll make a note on that if that needs to be updated. Dr. Pride, do you know?
Hello. I don't think it's in there right now. We kept it to those special programs like, GT, EL, and special ed, but since dyslexia is part of the core, we still could reiterate the importance of planning. We did talk about planning for special supports, whether that's GT, but I don't think we specifically named dyslexia, but I'll look into it and note that.
Thank you.
Ms. Kaufman?
In my draft, it does, we have under student supports,
Okay, great.
describe dyslexia screening and services that will be provided to digital learning students.
Okay,
Great.
so we'll just make sure that the actual online application will contain everything that it needs, so.
As we think about, and help me wrap my mind around it, when a district applies to do this and a student chooses this, are we talking schools are creating new LEAs? Or will those students still fall within the current school?
Yes, they're still part of the current LEA. So we don't want them to even have to create a whole new LEA, because then you've got a lot of different things that happen with that. So this is an option, an instructional option within that school.
I think, particularly thinking about a high school, I think I keep thinking competency-based and how districts can use different models to be innovative in this, and that's what I'm envisioning, not just a regurgitation of, if you don't want to be in the school building, you're going to be home doing X, Y, and Z. If we see, unfortunately, districts not doing this well, can a waiver be revoked mid-year, end of year? What are we approving in that?
Yes, it can, and it would depend on what is actually happening, but our teams will be, beginning when school starts next year, we'll be setting up monitoring ways that we can monitor throughout the year. And, if at any particular time there's an issue, we could bring the district in at any time to, if waivers did need to be revoked, that could happen at any time.
Okay. Last thing, my fear at times is that districts are going to do this just to keep kids in their buildings, in their district, and not to do it as an innovation piece. We have a lot of small districts that maybe don't have the capacity to do this on their own 5-10 years down the road. Are we encouraging districts or co-ops to work together in innovative ways to put plans like this?
We are.
Are there any
yes.
incentives for them to work together?
So, if you might want to describe, what are you talking about with incentives to work together?
I don't know. Would there be a monetary incentive? Would there be any? Again, I don't want to see 250 districts coming to us saying we're offering K-12 virtual options. We don't need that. That would be duplication of services in the state. And so if they are going to, we want to see it in an innovative way, and some districts don't have the capacity to do that innovative way, so they can get 5 together to do it.
So, yes, we are encouraging districts to work together, to really look at the capacity, look at the need, look at the opportunities that they have. And so that is definitely part of what the training or support piece will look like. If we get 250 applications that say we're doing a K-12 virtual program, we're going to be looking at those very deeply. So, I do not think that's what you're going to see.
Okay.
Now, are there districts that are doing this to keep students in their districts? I mean, I think everyday districts are doing things to keep students in their district, because, parents, we talk a lot about school choice, but also just within a school district, there are a lot of choices that parents make, whether or not to stay in a district or to go to another district because of things that districts offer. And so, I look at this in terms of it's an opportunity for districts to be able to expand on what they're doing now. And there are going to be cases where we see things that are just really great and innovative. I think that's what we encourage, definitely, to move toward. And I think there'll be districts that try to start this out and decide that it's not being successful, and they look for other supports. So, I wish I had a magic answer, and I don't, but I do think that this is the best way to move forward in terms of helping to meet needs of students. That it's. I think it's I think it's future of education.
Yeah. And I apologize for having maybe a more cynical view, but I certainly agree with that, and especially thinking at the high school level, thinking about the opportunities with CTE, with internships, with jobs, with so many different things, with dropout, that we can do here. I'm excited. So thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Something Dr. Moore said kind of made a light bulb go off in my mind. And somebody may already be thinking of this, but there's so many times at the co-op level that a co-op takes the initiative to step forward and take the program and run with it, and then offer it to their member districts. Have any co-ops kind of think, or would it be even possible under this model for a co-op to say, our member districts are going to use this model, and we're going to work together, and instead of the district doing it, it would be more of a co-op model?
I definitely think there are options for that, exactly kind of what that looks like in terms of, each student remaining part of their LEA.
Right.
And, but, there could be instances where if you have multiple schools within a co-op area, and they all want to work together, and they all want to use the same platform, and all you want to use the same content system and share teachers, then the co-op could be that hub. Right. And even with the hybrid model, it talked about students coming on site. It could be to a learning center. So a co-op could become a learning center for students from different districts to come to for, maybe they come there for their reading instruction face-to-face. And, and then they have online resources to use when they're at home. So, yes, there would be options.
I see a lot of potential in that model, in that also, something Dr. Moore said, and just because of my background of my husband, they don't want to let go of any student that's in their district because, it's money, and especially in small districts, you have to have those students to be able to survive. That's reality. I know we don't like to think of it that way, but it is reality. And this would be a potential for some, especially the smaller districts sometimes that might not have the capacity to be able to do a virtual program well.
Yes.
But then they didn't want to lose their students to the virtual academy or Arkansas Connections. So I don't know who would even think about doing this, but I could see a lot of potential in districts working together through the co-op. If the co-op would be willing to take this on, I know that would be a big ask for some of the co-ops, but I think.
And that conversation has been initiated with co-op directors. Okay. But again, I think as part of our training, and what we're really thinking is it's not necessarily a train the trainer as far as we just go out and train then let it go, but it's building the capacity at the co-op level to understand what this whole process needs to look like. So then they're helping to lead it ongoing over the next couple of months, and this design. So we'll definitely make sure those conversations are there. And I think something you said there with districts not wanting to lose students, when you start losing, it's like losing population in a town. You know, at some point, even if you didn't want to leave the town, you leave because there are no other opportunities available. And so once students start to leave, for whatever reason, then, you know, things just kind of have that trickle effect, because if we don't have enough students that we can do X program or Y program, or we can no longer have, you know, these additional options, then students don't want to be there. And so it's a balancing act.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Let's see, do we need a vote? Oh. So, do we need to vote to accept?
We're asking for your approval to move forward with the process.
Okay. All right, so with that, I'll look for a motion to approve the forwarding of this process. Moving forward with this process. So moved by Mr. Sutton, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor, say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're to new business. Do you have any new business? Okay. Do we have any public comments? No? All right, well, with that, if there's no other questions, comments, or discussion, we are adjourned. Thank you. We'll see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m.